going to call this meeting to order. Dr. Thomason, roll call, please.
Good evening, President Kaler. Please let the record show that all 5 board members are present tonight.
Thank you very much. We're going to have a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I move that we approve the agenda. Any questions or concerns about the agenda? All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Upcoming events, Superintendent's Report. Dr. Thomason.
Thank you, President Kaler. So on Wednesday, July 15th, we have our next governing board meeting, followed by the upcoming new school year for July 27th, which we're still hoping that we start on that date, but that would be the start of the school year for the 2021 school year on Monday, July 27th. And then that week, we also have our next board meeting on July 29th, the board meeting and work study starting at 5 p.m. right here in the district governing boardroom. I also tonight want to let you know that we'll be welcoming 2 new employees that will be the first time in front of the board. It'll be David Lotzenheiser. He is our Executive Director of Secondary Programs, and you will also have an opportunity to meet Felicia Malloy, our Assistant Director for Compliance and Federal Programs, and they will both be presenting tonight when we do our reopening introduction for the school year.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Thomason. And board comments. Mrs. Wilson.
I know that there are a lot of new people watching tonight, and I just wanted to maybe give a little education that we have open meeting law in the state of Arizona, and that means that we are not allowed to talk to more than 1 person on the governing board. And it may seem like we are fighting or that this is the first time we've ever talked about a specific issue. It's because this is the first time we've ever all gotten to talk about that issue. I know that a lot of people text me today, emailed me, hey, how can I watch? And I'm here and we're all here, and I just want to let them know exactly how this works, because it does look frustrating to somebody who's new that they're seeing that we're discussing it in a way that, but we have never gotten to discuss this. So I just wanted to give that little tidbit of information. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Wilson. Anybody else have board comments? No. Okay. We are going to move on to consent agenda items. I move that we approve consent agenda items 5.1 to 5.7.
Second.
Questions, comments, or concerns on a consent? No. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Moving right along, because I know the people watching today want to get to our opening of schools. I did tell some friends to spread the word. That might be around 6 o'clock before we get to it. If you're watching and you want to come back for reopening of schools, that is going to be later on our agenda. But first thing up, we have information item and procurement to provide information about the athletic center at Williamsfield High School. The architect from Orcutt Winslow will be presenting design details regarding a new athletic center that would go where the existing concession stand restroom are located. And I think this is Dr. Fowler's show.
Yes, President Kaler, thank you, and board members. Prior to our presentation regarding the Williamsfield Athletic Center, I wanted to respond as I'd heard that some board members expressed some concern that not enough information was provided at our last meeting. For that, I am truly sorry. I always strive to be transparent, and tonight I have specifically asked Ashish, our architect from Orcutt Winslow, to present specific details regarding what is included and what's not included in the scope of the athletic center at Williamsfield. So first of all, I'm going to review the procurement process, and I believe there's a handout in front of you just titled Procurement Process for the Athletic Center. We followed a selected bidders list, and that was following that qualified bidder process where a bidder is determined by the purchasing organization to meet the minimum standards of business competency, reputation, and financial ability and products to qualify for placement on the bidders list. There were 8 members of the committee that scored the qualifications of the potential vendors. That would be myself, Dr. Michael Fowler, Assistant Superintendent of Support Services, Ben Buhlholz, our Director of Maintenance, Tim McDonald, our Maintenance Supervisor, Steve Tannenbaum, our Principal at Williamsfield High School, Daryl Stangl, Assistant Principal and Athletic Director at Williamsfield, Ashish Dandavati, he's our architect for Workout Winslow, Michelle Bugg, a parent and the current football booster president at Williamsfield. And then a special thanks goes out to Karen Finn, our purchasing specialist, who this is her wheelhouse and is an expert in the area of procurement. On the back page, I just included for your perusal an outline of the timeline. As you can see, it's a very detailed and intricate process to follow and be in compliance with the state procurement laws, beginning with back in April 29th, if you remember, I presented to the board about the RFQ, which is request for qualifications. That was followed up immediately the next day with that RFQ being posted in AZ purchasing. And then what is required, was required after that is that had to be posted and advertised in a county paper for 2 weeks. Also included with that, on the 19th of May, there was a mandatory conference that was held, and there was 23 vendors that attended that conference. On May 28th, was the due date for the RFQ, and it had to be remain open for 2 weeks after the initial posting. The committee had a meeting, and we received all of our homework, the 14 vendors that had made the process, and we had the entire weekend to go through those materials and score those. On June 1st, the committee met again and selected the top 6 vendors to present to us that following week on June the 4th. During the presentation, we heard from the 6 vendors: Chase Building Team, G-Con Construction, Waltz Construction, Will Meg, Adolph Peterson Construction, and Sun Valley Builders. After the presentations, the committee selected 3 vendors for the invitation to bid. Chase Building Team, Waltz Construction, and Adolph Peterson were selected. On June the 5th, the IFB was sent out to those 3 bidders, and then a mandatory bid conference was held on June 17th. Including that was walkthroughs, and we had 31 contractors that were there, subcontractors that worked with each of those 3 companies. June 30th is the deadline that the invitation to bid is due back, which is this next coming Tuesday. And with the IFB process, we must take the lowest bid. That's the state requirement. And that is if the vendor turns in all the paperwork. Our next and final step would be to bring the results of the IFB back to the governing board at our next meeting on July 15th and look for your approval. And tonight, if there's any questions about that, I'll answer those. If not, I will pass it on to Ashish, who will give us some specific details about our exciting new athletic center at Williamsfield.
Dr. Fowler, real quick before we get started.
Yes.
Can we just, one of the questions that was given to me is, why was this not originally built with Williamsfield? Before we go further, just
Sure.
the why of that.
Now, I was not here, and I'm going to defer to
Neither
Dr.
was
Thompson.
I, so.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Thomason.
President Kaler and members of the board, as we've seen things funded by the School Facilities Board, we know that when Higley High School was built, there was much more funding available with the state of Arizona. And so as the school facilities moved through year after year, the actual square footage per student shrank, but not only that, so did the amount of funds that were available to build schools and buildings. And so the state of Arizona funds schools at a minimum level. And so that minimum level did not include an athletic facility for Williamsfield High School. Even with Higley High School, it was not provided, and we had to go out for a bond to provide Higley High School with their building also. And so as time moves forward, we're doing our best to make sure that both high schools have the same facilities across the whole school. So we're getting that taken care of, and if you've seen in the last 5 years, we've been making improvements to both campuses so they're equal across the board for our high school kids at one school would get the same opportunities and facilities as the high school kids at the next school.
Thank you very much.
I need tech up here. My iPad is not working.
Mr. Ryan, are you
Can I have
available?
tech? I'm sorry, and I can't see because I don't have a screen. So if I can have tech, that'd be great.
This
Sorry.
presentation took a really long time
Yes,
to
and it
load.
won't reload
Okay.
for me. I'm not sure what's going on, so thank
Okay.
you. I'm sorry to disrupt the meeting, but I can't really get it to load. Thank you.
Just a pause, please. Okay, go ahead, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President and members of the board. My name is Ashish Dandavate. I am responsible for this design. In front of you, you will find what I've tried to do is illustrate the existing conditions first, and I would like to walk you through that aerial photograph superimposed with our proposed building so that you will get the context. In the upper right-hand corner, you will see the site plan that shows the new construction building footprint, which is at the south end of the athletic field. And on the right-hand corner, you will see that there's the footprint of the recently completed weight room addition that we did recently. If you take your attention to the left-hand side of that exhibit, you will see that it shows the existing building 700 that we are planning to demolish, which currently houses a concession stand and a bank of restrooms. And that building has had a lot of problems. Initially, we were supposed to design around it, but it was decided that it would be more cost-effective to demolish that and build a new building in its own place. Going forward, if I can take you to the next page, what this exhibit represents is a demolition plan. The dark gray part is that 700 building that we are trying to demolish, and it also exhibits what we are trying to keep on this site. I think the district facility crew has already started salvaging some of the material from the existing building so that we can reuse it somewhere else, but I don't think it's going to be reused in the new building. Some of the kitchen equipment might be used, but we have to decide whether the county health department allows that or not. Next slide, you will see the new site plan that shows the footprint of the new building. As you can see, as far as the site plan is concerned, what I've indicated in the red lines and the blue lines are the fences that are going to be under the new scope. But we are trying to cost it as a separate item so that if the facilities personnel decide to build it themselves, it can be taken out of the overall budget of the project. That money can be used somewhere else, depending on how the budget comes in. So basically, the entrance to the building is from the north side, and the dark gray poche that you see is some of the brick patterns that the school is actually requesting that we install. The lighter gray portion to the north of the building is the fire lane that we're trying to repair, and some of the storm drainage also is going to be adjusted under that driveway to take all the storm water away from the building. And that work, we're trying to apply for the adjacent ways funds from the SFB. So that, if I go to the next slide, you will see the civil plan that illustrates a breaking out of that area. And in the lower left-hand corner, you will see that all the work that's included in the adjacent ways is illustrated in there, so that it will be easier for our bidders to separate it in their bids, and then we can actually take it to the SFB and apply for those funds to be released. If I may go to the next slide. Next slide shows you the floor plan of the building. And this exhibit actually tries to illustrate what I've shown in the orange portion is. It's all the loose furniture, all the lockers, and all the bleachers that will be purchased separately and not part of this overall budget of the construction. A portion that I've shown in blue is the fixed millwork in the building. Most of it is in the athletic training room. That is going to be part of the construction budget, but we are, again, going to cost it separately so that the school has the choice to go to their own vendors, and if they can install it cheaper than what the general contractor can provide for, they can go for it, basically. So that can be easily taken out of the general contractor's budget. If I may go to the next slide. This is the illustration of the roof plan. As you can see, there's 2 levels of the roofs, and I will explain it to you in a 3D view in a couple of slides further down. It is a simple construction. You can see that rectangular box with the metal roof, which slopes south to the flat portion of the roof, and then the flat portion of the roof has all the mechanical units that provide air-conditioned air to the building. The lower roof actually is situated on top of the concessions and the entrance north area. We've tried to create some architectural interest in this on the north facade of the building, since that's going to be the most visible portion of the building from the bleachers. If I may go to the next slide. What you see here are the exterior elevations. As you can see, the topmost elevation is the north side, and that's the most presentable side of the project. That's going to be visible from the bleachers, from the field, and everybody's going to be congregating over there in the concession areas. So, at any point, if you want to go back to the floor plan and go back and forth, I'm glad to do that. Just let me know. The color scheme of the building actually closely follows what we already have on the campus. The next slide is an aerial view. I don't know why it's not. Is there a way to zoom in to that? There you go. Perfect. So the top slide, you will see that there's an aerial view. You're looking at the building from, imagine you're flying a drone at the 30-yard line and looking at the field house. What you see is in the middle of the building, you have this alcove, which is the covered patio for the concessions area. And on the left-hand side is the main entrance to the locker rooms, so that you can go to the boys' locker room and the visitors' locker room from there. And it also allows you access to other parts of the building via a circulating corridor, if I may. what we have attempted to do here is we've put two sets of restrooms on either side of the building, east and west, so that the visiting side and the home side will not have to commingle and create some kind of trouble when the game time comes. So that was one of the criteria for the design.
President
we were
Kaler,
given.
members of the board, also too, with the restrooms being on both sides of the building, it's going to cut that walk much shorter for those individuals that are coming from the softball and baseball fields to get to the restrooms too. Before, in the middle of a game, if a young lady or young man on the softball or baseball team had to use the restroom, it was quite a jaunt, and they had to take a golf cart to go to the restroom because it was so far away.
If I may slide down to the next view, if I may. There you go. This is the street, quote unquote, street side view of the complex. You're looking at the concessions alcove and entrances to on the right hand side. You'll see the entrance to the coach's office and coach's conference rooms. Next slide. This is the view from the other side. Now, what you're looking at, those square windows up top, by creating that sloping roof, we've created an opportunity to get in the natural light into the locker rooms and other parts of the buildings. So it's going to feel more spacious and open. We don't have any drop ceiling in those areas. The ceiling is open to the structure, so that again, that high volume will lend itself to a bigger space feel. I may go to the next slide. This is a view of the main entrance to the building with a trophy case that the high school wants to so proudly display their trophies they have won so far. And this was discussed much more in detail with principal and Coach Campbell. And I think this is kind of the pièce de résistance of this building. Next slide. Now we have a little bit more mundane view of the backside of the building, but we've tried to create some kind of interest by introducing the high school colors on this facade. As you can see, that all the mechanical equipment is located on top of the building. What's housed in this building is on the right-hand side, you have boys' locker room, and then adjacent to that is the laundry room and the athletic training room and the equipment rooms. Next. Oh, that was the last one? Yeah.
I have a question.
Yes.
I was just wondering, are our air conditioners going to be able to keep up? Because I know that's a current concern of our bathrooms, that the air conditioners don't normally keep up on Friday night football games. You walk in, it's
Yes.
very... Yeah, so will those air conditioners be able to keep up with the opening and closing of that door, or maybe the door even being propped open?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Those two sets of restrooms have their own individual units,
Okay,
so that even if the entire middle of the building is not occupied, those restrooms buildings
cold.
will be on.
Yeah.
And can be switched on and off
okay,
from
great.
the EMS. Yes.
Thank you.
President Kaler, members of the board, also at the Higley High School restrooms, at one time they were the swamp coolers that we had, cooling those off. Since then, I believe, Dr. Fowler, have those been upgraded to AC units?
We've been working through those, yes.
Will they be AC units for this year, or is that something we're still working on?
We're still working on that, yeah.
But at this point in time, they are the swamp coolers that we have in the restrooms for Higley High School's concession stand.
Were they swamp coolers at Williams Field as well, when the original, do you know? Anyone? It doesn't matter, I was just wondering.
I don't know, to be honest with
Okay,
you.
that's fine.
So you mentioned that there was a discussion about the trophy case, and I just think security. And so what was that? Do you know some of that, or Dr. Fowler having that trophy case out in the open? Is there going to be cameras on that trophy case, lights? How are we going to keep that protected and safe?
I'll answer first and then Ashish can follow up. But yeah, certainly those items, lighting, video camera, and just the quality of the construction, and that's kind of a double-edged sword. It's a signature point, a point that draws, people to see the good things, but and also unfortunately draws some of those other elements. So,
And if I may point out to the site plan, I think we have fence around the entire area, so that's going to deter anybody from getting in. In addition to that, this glass is going to be tempered glass. It's not going to be ordinary. So even if you throw a big rock at it, it's not going to break. So
Awesome, thank you for that. My other question, or I guess a comment, I was thankful to see some women on this. Women walked the girls' locker room, correct? Like walked you through that whole process, because women look at bathrooms far different than men look at bathrooms. So I'm thankful that we had a couple. Mrs. Finn, I think, was a lady on the committee, as well as Mrs. Bug, who I spoke with earlier today. So thankful for that. Another question, okay, so I know funding is going to come later as far as the question goes, but when you talk about the bleachers and the lockers, where is that funding coming from in the future? Is this all bond money that we're going to be using for the whole process?
So the construction portion of the building is eligible for bond funding. The other pieces, like the locker rooms, the lockers in the locker room and the bleachers would not be eligible for the funding based on the FF&E that we've already used, and so that would have to be capital and or other funds. Waynesfield also has some funding that they've set aside, and so it would be a combination of the two.
Thank you. Anybody have some more questions or concerns?
President Kaler,
Yes, Mrs. Reese.
I just thank you for taking the time and go through it, and thank you, Dr. Fowler, for kind of spelling it out for us, what's coming with this, what's not, and letting us know those funding sources. I appreciate that. A couple points I wanted to make, and Mrs. Kaler, you asked the question, why wasn't this there? And Dr. Thomason answered with the SFB, and yes, it was on the original blueprints that was supposed to be there, but through SFB funding, that was something they chose to leave off. So it was initially there. Also, Dr. Thomason brought up the restrooms and things, the way Williams Field is laid out. Those fields are so far away for those other outdoor sports. So with the design that they've provided, through discussion, it helps provide restrooms and locker rooms for those sports to not be so far away. And the additional locker rooms, Williams Field has a safety issue with their locker rooms, that they are bursting at the seams with their athletics and sight for vision and space and safety. So this will help alleviate some of those concerns, those safety issues that if we weren't doing this would need to be addressed in another manner. So this will help that. And like I said, at the meeting, we approved the RFQ. Thank you for following up and discussing further with committee members to not only look at what serves right now, but what does 2 and 3 years look like, that the cost effectiveness to do maybe something a little different at the moment, but that will continue to serve its purpose and help us not have to spend that kind of money in the future. So I appreciate the willingness to listen and follow along and come up with a really good solution that I believe works for all of our sports at Williams Field and what the future for athletics has. So I wanted to thank you guys for your time in doing so.
Vice President Reese, I want to thank you. I completely agree with you. There was a lot of value added by the extra input, even though a lot of time was spent. And I do appreciate Ashish's patience and being willing to listen. And he was just following our directions, but I do really think that it was really valuable to have that extra input. And I'm really proud of the product that everybody working together has come up with, and just immensely appreciate the support of the board. And I know this will be an exciting talking point and point of pride for that entire campus. And so we do, appreciate the board's support on this.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank
your
you.
time tonight, and I'm thankful too we won't have boys and girls fighting for a bathroom or a locker room any longer. Well, it will take some time, but thank you so much for your time this evening. Appreciate your presentation very much, and it looks beautiful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are going to move on to 6.2.
President Kaler, while we wait for that, just as a note for those who are watching, we will be pausing in between a little bit for changing of presenters. We're social distancing, and our boardroom is limited to those who need to be here. So when we're switching out presenters, there might be a brief pause.
Good evening, Mr. Holland. Ryan, can I see 6.2, please, on the screen? Oh, thank you so much. It up. Yours loaded? Oh, maybe I'm going to try again. Sorry, some technical. You can go ahead, Mr. Holland. I know you're going to give us a presentation on our proposed budget for the 2020-21 school year. Thank you.
Good evening, President Kaler, members of the board, Dr. Thompson, Higley community. Tonight I have a brief presentation for you just to highlight some of the key pieces of information from our proposed budget for the 21 school year. Next slide, please. So there are many factors that you have to take into consideration when you begin to develop a budget. Of course, the very first thing is, what is your anticipated or projected enrollment for the next school year? You look at your account balances and any carryover monies that you may have available. Plus, you look at any outside funds, whether they may be state funds, federal funds, or local funds, as well as any tax levied monies. Because a portion of our funds come from our community through property taxes and assessments, there's always a concern of how will the tax rate affect us next school year. Next slide. So for the 2020 tax rate, our primary tax rate this year is 3.8632, and our secondary tax rate is 3.1901, for a total of 7.0533. For FY21, now of course this is just an estimate because the tax rate will be finalized and set by the county in August. Currently, I estimate our primary tax rate will be 3.740, with our secondary tax rate of being 3.3062, which is made up of two different tax rates. One of them, the first one is for our M&O override, so that rate calculated out to 1.5933. This is also the first year of our override since our override was recently renewed in our previous November election. Next, the rate is for our bonds. That rate is 1.7129, and those funds will be used for our debt service repayment schedule against our bonds, bringing us to a total of 7.0302, which is an estimated decrease of 0.018 for next year. So back in 2017, the legislature had changed the funding formula of how tax rates are set. So attributed to the new tax formula, the qualifying tax rate, or the QTR, when it decreases or assessed valuation increases, and vice versa. So the QTR is a tax rate that is set by the JLBC to determine the local tax levy required for a district to be eligible for equalization assistance. The QTR is adjusted annually based on an inverse relationship to the assessed valuation for the entire state. So for example, if statewide assessed valuation goes up, then the QTR will go down, or vice versa. So what has happened this year? The QTR went down because the statewide assessed valuation went up, so there's more property value to spread that tax across. Specifically, the QTR went down from 3.7908 to 3.6742. Specifically for our Higley area, our assessed valuation went up from $684 million to $743 million. Next slide. Next slide, please. So we'll start with the calculation for our M&O budget. So the revenue control limit, or our RCL, calculated it to be a little over $74 million for next year. Our M&O override will be a little over $12 million, and our estimated carry forward that we have right now is $3.5 million. Higley's portion of the state land trust sale, we estimate to be $812,159 for next year, bringing a total budget to $90,419,650, which is an increase a little over $4.8 million from our FY20 revised budget. Please remember, as I mentioned, our carry forward is an estimate at this time, which we are anticipating it to be larger, so that additional difference will be picked up in a future budget revision. These additional funds will be used to cover the salary increases that were approved for staff, as well as the additional positions that were needed for the next school year. Also, one thing I just want to kind of point out is we may have a possible reduction in our FY21 ADM, depending on what happens with COVID. So that's another area where any additional carryover dollars that we may have may help us in that particular situation, should that happen. Also,
President Kaler, members of the board, Governor Ducey did announce that the reduction in ADM would be limited to 98%. So the reduction would be 2% maximum. So we know with COVID, we don't know exactly how many students are comfortable coming back and how many individuals are going to seek out other educational opportunities. And so the state did put that limiting funding mechanism in place so we wouldn't lose more than 2% of our ADM for the 2021 fiscal school year.
And just to clarify, Dr. Thomason, too, that for anybody watching, because I know for a lot of people, some of this information, ADM, all these acronyms, education is full of acronyms, and you can be in education for many years and still not know them all. But ADM is based on our student enrollment, and that is basically our funding from the state. And so every child that is enrolled in HUSD comes with a dollar amount. And so that's what that ADM, so everybody watching can kind of understand.
Average daily membership. So basically for every day that student is in class, the district will receive funding. And when they're not, and so then that time period from day 1 through day 100 is then averaged out, and then that's how to determine how much funding you're going to get. One thing I just wanted to remind everybody is that our override is calculated using prior year ADM, So it is not 15% of the revenue control limit. So if you try to do that math, it won't work. Next, let's look at the base support level. So currently, our base support level is $4,202.31. For next year, we had an inflation of 1.74%, which calculated out to be $73.12. We also have the last year of the governor's 20 by 20 money, which calculated out to be $84.12. So it's a total increase to the base support of $157.24. So that for next year will be $4,359.55, which is approximately 3.74% per pupil increase for FY21.
And Mr. Holland, in that teacher salary increase, government increase, 20% by 2021, that $84.12 did not cover per all of our teachers' raises, correct? I'm sure Ms. Martins kind of has that idea too. So even though that's what we were given, doesn't mean that that's what covered our raises, correct?
Because a portion, yes, because
It's
a portion.
just a portion.
The difference was placed in our classroom site allocation. So right now we are planning or trying to anticipate being able to cover all of that out of our operating budget without having to tap into those $301 unless it's necessary. And I'll explain a little bit more of that when we get there. Yes, ma'am.
And just a quick clarification also on that 20 by 21. That was also based on the 2017 salary, not any future
It's
salary
not
increases.
current.
It was based on what their salary was in 2017. So as we've continued to give increases, the governor's 20 by 20 stayed stagnant based on their 2017.
Right. It is not compounded.
Correct.
Madam President, members of the board, that is absolutely correct. And also, too, from the 2017 average teacher salary, we know that in 2017, Higley Unified School District was already ahead of the average teacher salary. And so the 20% by 2020 doesn't stretch as far for Higley as it may for some other school districts whose average teacher salary was below the state average. So that makes a difference in calculating each individual teacher's salary and district's average salary.
Right, because it's not Higley's salaries, it's statewide average teacher salary.
Did you have something, Mr. Glover?
No, I just wanted people to understand that it's the average teacher salary, not the average Higley teacher salary. And
Correct.
that varies the further you get outside of Maricopa County.
It goes
Okay,
lower
thank you. I
and
just saw
lower.
you shaking your head. I wanted to make sure we were saying, thank you for that clarification.
Yes, ma'am. Any questions on that? Okay. So since we're on the topic of average teacher salary, that is our next slide. So again, this is a new requirement that started back in 2018. So now all of our average teacher salary information will be posted on the district's website as well as provided to the Department of Ed. Right now, we estimate our average teacher salary for 21 to be $59,212. The average teacher salary for 20 was $56,568. So that is an increase of $2,644 from 20 to 21, which is a 5% increase. If you'll notice in items 5 and 6, the average teacher salary in 18 was $47,972. So from 18 until current, that is a 23% increase for our teachers' salaries, which is 3% higher than the governor's original 20 by 20 plan. Also,
And oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Holland, just to clarify too, that for HUSD, teacher definition includes all employees who provide instruction. So we include in that teachers, our classrooms, our media specialists, our teachers, our counselors, and site-based instructional coaches. So I will have a teacher come to me and say, I don't make, well, this is an average based on that group of teachers.
This is how our district defines who we classify as a teacher. So yes, you will notice, which is where I was headed next, that our average teacher salary does include their base salary plus supplemental pay, classroom site fund monies, pay for performance, and longevity pay. Also, so with our supplemental pay, what exactly does that include? So here's a list, but not limited to mentoring, leadership, coaching, department chair, tutoring, summer school, etc. As I mentioned, this is not an exhaustive list. Just to give you an idea of some of those. Next, we have our unrestricted capital budget. So currently, we anticipate or estimate our capital carryover to be a little over $13.8 million. The district has many capital needs, so we need to move additional $6 million from our operating budget over to our capital budget to help meet all of those needs. Our district additional assistance, our DAA, calculated out to be a little over $5.1 million. One thing that I wanted to just clarify for you is that $13.8 million, within that is two encumbrances that we have each year. So I go ahead and we encumber the lease payment for the next school year, plus we have our potential adjacent ways encumbrance of $3.2 million. So your 4.4 plus your 3.2, so you're looking at 7.6 million right there that rolls over each year. So for a total unrestricted capital budget, a little over $24.9 million.
Mr. Holland, have we ever or done the calculations if we were actually given the full district additional assistance from our state?
I'm headed there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. So so I'll go to your question first. So currently our DAA calculation, or DAA calculated out to be a little over $6 million. So for the next school year, with an approximate cut of 15%, which calculated out to $930,534, the state will keep this year. The district is funded at 85%, which is that $5.1 million that I just mentioned above. Now, these capital funds will be used, one, for our lease payment, which does increase again a little next year. We are planning for a new curriculum adoption, which I believe will be science. We have an IT refresh plan, as well as our capital improvements, some transportation replacements. Again, our potential transfer to adjacent ways, as I just mentioned. And then, of course, any other capital needs that the district or schools may, as they arise. Questions? Next, we have our special education programs. So the first one, of course, is our all disability classification. So that budget is a little over $13.3 million for next year. Next, we have our gifted education budget of $728,000. One thing I want to point out is that the state does not provide funding for gifted education, so the district sets money aside each year for this particular program, and that is one area where our M&O override provides us the funding to be able to offer this gifted education program. So we appreciate those dollars. Next, we have our ELL incremental costs at 100, or ELL instruction at 72. We have our CTED at 210 for a total of $14,472,000 for these programs. Next, we have our classroom site budget, or Prop 301. So we currently estimate a carryover, a little over $3.2 million in these funds. We are picking up the interest that we earned of $59,360, and we anticipate the additional allocation for next year to be a little over $6.3 million, bringing that budget to $9,688,607. Usually each year I get a question as to why is the carryover amount so large? Well, in an effort to be fiscally responsible each year, the district tries to save as much money as possible so that we can be able to provide an increase each year to our teaching staff, which I'll go over that a little more in just a moment. That carry forward money also helps us cover the additional costs for additional teachers or any other expenses that come up for those teachers throughout the year. As you may recall, in a previous legislative session, Senate Bill 1390 was approved, which will go into effect when the existing Prop 301 or the 6-cent sales tax expires on June 30th of 2021. This Senate bill will continue to allow Arizona districts the funding to continue providing additional money to our teachers. Until this bill was passed, the future of Prop 301 was uncertain. So the Prop 301, or the classroom site allocation, is broken down into 3 different buckets. So the first bucket is Fund 11, which is used for base salary. So 20% of that allocation that I mentioned, that's 6.3. 20% of that goes into 11. In 20, the teachers received $1,550, so next year the increase will go to $1,600. In Fund 12, is used for performance pay, so 40% of that allocation goes into this particular fund, whereas they had performance pay this year was $3,400 and will increase next year to $3,500. Next, we have Fund 13, which is an other, where the remaining 40% of that allocation is placed. Again, the teachers received $1,550 this year and will receive $1,600 next year. This is also a fund that allows us to have additional funding to provide additional teachers for next school year, as well as any other additional items that teachers may need. Questions on any of that? So next we have our additional funds. So first is our federal projects or our federal grant programs. That allocation, of course, is determined by that federal program, and then those funds are passed through the Arizona Department of Education down to the school districts. This year, we do have some additional money that's becoming available to us. That is the money from the CARES Act. So our allocation of those funds calculated out to be $657,025.90. I asked ADE, I'm like, why 90 cents? They said, because it's a formula. And I'm like, okay. You could have just rounded up to 26, but. We also have our instructional improvement programs, which is referred to as our Indian gaming money. So that budget for next year is $624,000. Those funds, we utilize them for class size reduction. A couple of things I want to just point out, that this is a cash controlled fund, so the second payment for 2020 has not yet been received. The budget will increase through a budget revision by approximately $230,000 next year. However, with a caveat that those Indian gaming budget, of course, could change if the allocation changes due to the loss of revenue because of COVID-19.
Why don't you always say something like a little more positive for us? I love it. More bad news from the state.
I just want to put that disclaimer out there.
Yes, it's a
So
good
if anybody's
disclaimer to
listening-
put, because I'm paying attention.
Okay, so what happens now? So this evening I presented to you our proposed budget, and I ask you to approve it, as well as call for a public hearing for July 15th, which at that time we will present the same budget back to you and to the community and ask you to adopt it for the 2021 school year. On the 16th of July, the Finance Department will upload the 2021 adopted budget to ADE and to Maricopa County. The adopted budget will be posted on ADE's website as well as the district's website for community viewing.
President Kaler,
Yes, Mrs. Reese.
Mr. Holland,
Yes, ma'am.
with our lovely crystal ball that we don't have, can you kind of share your thoughts? We have no idea truly what the financial impact of COVID is going to be on our state.
That is correct.
They don't know. It sounds like we keep pulling money from the same pot for different things because we're having to be reactionary and we're trying to cover this, we're trying to cover that. Anyone following it knows our unemployment's out the roof. I mean, our state money's depleting quickly. And it's going to be a while before we know what the true financial impact with lack of sales tax, lack of gaming, things like that. It's happened before, but do you foresee us really having to change our budget mid-year? The state has done that before. They've come in mid-year and said, look, we just don't, you're not getting this funding. Since we don't know the true economic state of our state funds, I mean, are we thinking about that? Are we kind of planning for that? Are we creating some contingency plans? I know you are always very fiscally responsible with trying to plan ahead. We plan ahead for our increases with our lease payments, things like that. I'm not meaning to put you on the spot, and we don't have that magic crystal ball to know, but the state has done that to us before. They have come mid-year and said, you've got to change your budget. We just don't have this money. So you guys aren't getting it. So are we trying to plan ahead in case that happens? I know we have money we set aside, like you explained, our carryovers, we try and plan. What is your gut feelings? What are your thoughts on how do we prepare for something like that? We don't know how long this is going to go on. We don't know what else is going to come our way. So that makes it very concerning. I mean, this is a great budget, and my fingers are crossed, and hopefully we can get through next year with this budget, and maybe this will hit the following year. Eventually, everyone will have to take a reduction somewhere. And so can you just kind of, your gut feeling, your thoughts on this?
President Kaler, members of the board, we did revise our budget because of the COVID-19 situation. We had predicted that we would have minimally a 1% increase in student enrollment. We have reduced that back to a flat enrollment, and we do know with Governor Ducey's stabilization for education proclamation that the most we would have to cut would be 2%. I feel quite confident that we have a 2% savings in vacancy positions should we need to. There may be a need to cut some different areas, but we have been fiscally responsible, and we definitely can. I mean, it would not be a hit. We would take it all in 1 year. We would have to spread that over a couple years, but we do have the savings available to us with our carry forward to ensure that we could spread it out over a longer time period should we have to take a hit of 2% within the Higley Unified School District. And so I'm confident that we've done everything we can to be fiscally responsible, but it is something that weighs very heavily on my mind, especially in the aspect of not just the cost for staffing, but the cost for actual COVID-19 supplies and everything we have to go from hand sanitizer to masks to cleaning systems to extra staffing for cleaning our schools and our district. But that is something that we talk about on a regular basis that we're watching very carefully.
Thank you, Dr. Thomason. What I wasn't able to catch all of Ducey's. Was that his only executive order today that he stated was the 2%?
Actually, that was not one of his statements today. The statements he said today on his executive order went over things we had already prepared for. Dr. Foley and myself have planned for an AOI as we move forward. And what he said in his executive statement was that we would go forward with an AOI for those students and those individuals that did not feel comfortable coming back to school, with no reductions in student payments in that way. So usually an AOI student gets paid a lower rate because they're not a brick and mortar student, but he would go ahead and made the proclamation that we would be paid our regular students ADM for those students that decide to stay home and have online or remote learning.
Thank you for that.
Every time we look at finances, I want to thank our taxpayers because they do provide so much support. And we went out for an override this year and it passed. And I just want to say thank you once again because we couldn't do the things that we do without them. Mr. Holland, also thank you for putting this together. Thank your team for me because we haven't seen your team in a while. So just please thank them. I know this takes a lot of work and this is your main job. So I just really appreciate you.
No problem. Yes, please keep in mind that the funding that the state provides is for basic education. With all the extra stuff that this district offers, that's where that override money does come in handy to help us provide those additional programs to our students.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your time. I have not made a motion yet for this. I did not do that earlier, so I'm going to do that now. I have to make the motion first, but I move that the governing board accepts the proposed FY 2021 annual expenditure budget and approve uploading both the notice of public hearing and the budget summary hearing notice as required by statute. All those any other questions or comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you,
So-
Mr. Holland.
I had one thing I
And-
wanted to
yes.
add, is that every year I do build in the contingency budget. So on top of what Dr. Thomason was talking about, I do budget for, have a contingency budget built in just in case, so.
President Kaler,
Yes, Mrs. Good.
we need another motion calling for a public hearing on the budget on July 15th.
Okay. I'm going to make a motion that we have a public hearing for the budget of the school year 2020-2021 school year on July 15th.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Holland, can we have a joke next time though? Because I missed your joke today.
I do have a joke for you, but I was kind of advised maybe I should stop doing them, so
We can stop.
I can tell you what
No,
it
it's
is.
okay. We can stop. You had always done one. I was used to getting a joke from you, so it's okay. We can stop.
We like candy, though. Just remember that.
You like what?
We do like candy, though.
Oh, see, I had candy for you too, and I was told to put it away.
Oh. Yes, yes, COVID and no candy. I totally respect that, Mrs. Reach. No, I get it, I get it. I get it. No, thank you very much. We appreciate your time tonight.
Let me just give you my joke now.
Okay, let's just hear it.
Asked. So today at the bank, an old lady came in and asked me to check her balance. So I pushed her over. An apple a day really can keep the doctor away, but only if you aim it well.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
We could all use a few giggles right now. Okay, we're moving on to 6.3. And I move that the governing board approves the award of water treatment services and maintenance RFP number 16-07-24 to Vantage at the proposal amount of $71,268 for the first year.
President Kaler,
Yes,
we
Mrs.
have a different RFP on our agenda form than we do on our
Yes, it says
recommendation.
tabulate.
Do we know which one is accurate? We have 160724 on our recommendation, but on our written agenda, we have 19-05-24. It's the 190524.
So let me rephrase that, scratch that motion. I make a motion that the governing board approves the award of water treatment services and maintenance RFP number 19-05-24
Second.
to Vantage at the proposal amount of $71,268 for the first year.
Okay, now second.
Now you second. Are we having any presentations on this tonight, or this is just for our viewing?
President Kaler, members of the board, this is something that we regularly go through for the water treatment for our HVAC systems that we have for our schools that have the chilling towers, and they have the full school heating and air conditioning systems that we have on a regular basis, so we can make sure that that water is at the proper alkaline levels and the proper scale levels, so we don't have to have more equipment break down for us as time goes on.
Thank you. Any questions or concerns for Dr. Thomason? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. We're now going on to 6.4, and this is a second read. I make a motion that the governing board approves the second read of amendment of policy GDD, which is support staff vacation and holidays.
Second.
Any questions or thoughts or concerns? Mrs. Reese?
President Kaler, thank you, Ms. Martins. We got the information on Friday that we had requested. I just want to clarify, are we asking for this to be approved? You made just the second read for any comments? Okay.
No comments? No questions? I guess my question, can we pull up the policy, please, Ryan? My iPad's not. And I guess this goes with both 6.4 and 6.5. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but we're not going to do any caps on these hours. Is that correct?
President Kaler, members of the board, good evening. The caps are the new individual numbers that are in red. So in this instance with policy GDD, support staff vacation holidays, the cap had previously been 15 days, so it'll be 20 days. And as we get to the next one, I can clarify that too if you'd like, but they are capped with new suggestions in terms of the changes. Does that help clarify?
Yes, thank you.
President Kaler?
Yes, please, Mrs. Reese.
I also wanted to ask, so is this going to, the 20 days will supersede the 15. I've still been reviewing the information and kind of, I guess, because I have a different experience of living through something different within our school district. I'm not sure where I'm at on this. I get for this year, because we've ran into situations, the COVID not being in school and different. For me, I would be more inclined to look at doing a resolution for the year so that our staff can carry it over. And part of that too is the conversation we also just had on what do we look like going forward, and that this would be an actual policy change. Again, I understand current situation, our staff did not get to use their time because of COVID, and not only did they not get to use their time, they had to work harder, and I get that. I'm just concerned for future, and more so in the next 2-3 years, financially what school districts are going to look like. And so that's kind of where I'm at as I continue to read through this to make sure that it's something that we can sustain going forward, that we're not caught with a lot of money that needs to be paid out. So that, like I said, that's just where I'm at. I would much rather, at least for the moment, see a resolution for the 1920 school year so we can take care of those staff members currently, and then potentially revisit a permanent policy change for the future.
Mrs. Good?
I just wanted to clarify, and maybe I misunderstood something that Mrs. Reese said, but you mentioned, do we have to approve this? No, it's just a second read. If you approve the second read, that does amend the policy.
Thank you.
I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you for clarifying that. Mr. Glover?
Well, I don't know how everybody's feeling. I can't read, but I support it. So people earn sick time and leave, and we should pay them for that. A lot of our most dedicated workers will just forfeit it anyway, but it was nice to know that at the end of their career, they can chalk up a couple extra days and cash her in. So I'm in favor. And, if we need to come back and, the economics change like 2008, 2009, we can revisit it, but I think it's fair and reasonable, and I support.
And I am kind of lumping these together just for my thoughts, but I know we have to take each one separately, and I will do that. I guess, too, it goes back to the conversation of encouraging our staff to take a vacation, take a real vacation, take those days off, and use your vacation, because we do appreciate the balance of life, work, school, job, family. And yes, I know some people, I just want to make sure that when we're taking a vacation and it's getting appropriately deducted from paychecks, because I know like our support staff, they're clocking in and out. It's very clear when they're in their job and when they're not in their job. And when it comes to our do we have professional staff? I guess that was the word that we used. But we just want to make sure that, when an administrator is off the campus and taking a day, it's taking a day. And I think that's kind of where we had the conversation last time. And just want to make sure that's happening. So we can, if there's no other questions or concerns on 6.4, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Nay.
Nay.
Motion carries 3-0.
3-2.
3-2, sorry, 3-2. And 6.5. I move that the governing board approves the second read of amendment policy GCD, professional staff vacation and holidays.
Second.
Any questions or concerns?
Hey, Madam President,
Yes.
just one. Can you tell me about sick days for administrative staff? They still earn them at a rate, so we have to separate. Go ahead, please.
Yes, Mr. Glover. In terms of our general leave here at the district at Higley, we call it general leave, not sick leave. That was a language component that was changed prior to my arrival. That is separate, and our general leave is accrued per pay period, where for our professional individuals in this policy, GCD, for our administrators, those are actually earned not through each paycheck, but at a lump sum at the beginning of the fiscal year, July 1, and again at the beginning of the calendar year. It's split in half earned July 1, half earned January 1.
But, and they also, so they get general leave and then they have this. So, but the general leave is paid out at a very different rate.
Yes.
Okay.
So our general leave policy is separate of this, and it's only paid out for individuals who've been with the district for a minimum of 8 years. They have to notify us by X date. And for our individuals that are certified, it's paid at the substitute rate and a percentage of the substitute rate. And it's a sliding scale. So based on the number of hours that you have within general leave, it starts off with paying out a 25% rate, and then it goes all the way up to 100% of the substitute scale, which is currently $100 a day, if it meets those criteria and if they have that much time. So much different. And then in terms of our classified individuals, it's also paid out at a sliding scale, but not at a substitute rate, but at their hourly rate.
Yeah, so, okay, I'm not speaking against this. I'm going to vote in favor of this for sure, because same things that I say. You've earned the days. We should pay people for the days that they've earned and not pay them if they don't use them. So, but I think it's so sloppy and messy when you have these different days and different rates. And I mean, my inclination would be, I would be sick more than I would use vacation, so that I would put them to the side. So it is a little messy. I think there's an opportunity. No other school districts probably do this, but there's an opportunity to maybe pay them more for the general leave and reduce a little for the vacation, something that's more fair, that promotes people to be at work, take care of their health when they need to, and take the vacation breaks that they need to. But that's years away from doing that. But it's just, I'll slide it in there for us someday, maybe, if when you have nothing better to do, to work on that.
When Mrs. Martin is bored. Thank you, Mr.
I look
Glover.
forward to that day.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
President Kaler, I
Yes,
think the
Mrs.
same
Reese.
thing applies. I have some concerns, and I hear you, Mr. Glover. But also, our conversation at our previous meeting really need to work on the work-life balance, and I'm a big proponent of that. If you have it, schedule it, take it, enjoy it. Obviously, this past year is different, and I recognize that, and that we do have a payout. I just don't know about the increase.
Okay, we're going to vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Motion carries 3-2. Okay, we're going to move on to 6.6. And I move that the governing board approves the sole source procurement from the vendors listed for the fiscal year 2020 to 2021.
A second.
Questions, comments, concerns? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. 6.7. I make a motion that the governing board approves payment of $5,720 for HCPA to the Arizona Dance Sport, Inc. from 2018 to 2019 fiscal year. Dr. Thomason, do you have that information of why we're doing this?
President Kaler, members of the board, I'll refer to Mr. Holland on the information on the procurement.
So Mr. Zucker came to me last week, and there was a PO in place for dance last school year. At the end of the year, Mr. Zucker had contacted Lisa Bate and had mentioned that the box office did not utilize, the company didn't utilize the box office, that the PO could be closed. However, he had forgotten that the box office had been used, and that the bill had come in, but the bill got overlooked. And so they recently called him a couple of weeks ago and said, hey, we've never gotten our payment. I'm not sure why they didn't call months and months before now. And so that's when he came to me and said, okay, I have a bill here from last year that there was some misunderstanding, and so we now need to pay this vendor.
Very good, thank you. I know things can get overlooked occasionally, so we'll give Mr. Zucker a pass.
Just a quick question on that. This indicates it's the 2018-19 fiscal
It's
year?
an 1819 bill that we have to pay in 1920.
Gotcha.
That's why it has to come to the board for approval, because it's a prior year bill.
I'm with you.
Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Okay, we're going to move on to 6.8, and this is Mrs. Good. The motion is on the, it's a recommendation and a motion. So do I do the motion? Or do I make a recommendation that we talk about it and then make a motion at the end of our discussion?
You can do it either way.
I can do it either way.
Strictly, according to Robert's rules, you're supposed to have a motion on the floor before you
The
have
discussion.
discussion. So that's how I would recommend that you do it
Thank you.
this time.
Very good. I make a motion that the governing board accepts the donation of a night statue from the United Kingdom Boosters.
Second.
Okay, we're going to have a discussion about the statue. As you can see, we did get a packet on the statue. I'm not even sure exactly where to start, but I thought I'd start with a little timeline, per se, of how the statue came to be and how it came to the board tonight. And if I need to have a correction, Dr. Thomason, from a meeting that you've attended, or if somebody else has something else they'd like to interject, please don't feel bad for interrupting me. I will not feel bad. Don't feel bad. So it was about last year, about September, a statue email went out about, and I think that's included in our packet. The email went out talking about a statue. In that paperwork, there was no formal paperwork for a fundraiser for the statue. There was no size, scale, scope, cost in that email that went out. There was no, I didn't see any emails that came back with any other further information. I think at that time, the United Boosters started attending our football games and selling bricks for a statue. Again, no.
President Kaler,
Yes.
members of the board, I do believe the brick sales came at a later time. I'm not sure that they were early on season. I do know that the paperwork for the sales of the bricks came in February.
Right, but Mrs. Day stated in a meeting that she was at the football games selling bricks for the statue, that she was there advertising for the statue to buy a brick, correct?
I believe that is correct.
Okay, just clarifying. Thank you for that. So sometime in January, a flyer did come out, and an official flyer came out to the entire, I guess, Higley High School, stating that there was a way to purchase bricks. And there was a way that you could buy a $50 brick, there was all different prices, and then there was even larger donations, $1,000, $5,000, $10,000. So that came out in January, and that kind of perked my interest because I was seeing a very large dollar amount of donations. So that in January, I reached out to Dr. Thomason, and we decided to have a meeting with United Kingdom to further discuss how this statue came to be. At that point, the dollar amount had been given out to the community as well. So February 10th, we had a meeting. It was Mrs. Reese, myself, Mr. Fields, the United Kingdom Boosters. There were several ladies in attendance, and Dr. Thomason. At that meeting, there was a lot of discussion about how the statue came to be, but again, there was no formal paperwork done at that time for approving bricks to sell for a statue, nor was there any approval from the district or administration approving said statue. And this statue is, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Thomason, it is 12 feet high, 12 and a half feet? How does,
President Kaler, members of the board, the actual size of the statue I have as, let's see,
with the base?
is 10 and a half feet high. It is 126 inches for the statue. If the base were included on it,
It was 2 feet base, if I remember correctly.
it is a 32
Two
inch
inch.
base.
Okay.
So a little over 2 feet.
And the total cost that we have seen on the paperwork is $90,000, correct?
President Keeler, members of the board, with the cost of the statue and also the base, it's an estimated $100,000.
$100,000. So sometime at our meeting on the February 10th, we had discussed, how much they had been fundraising for said statue with the bricks. And I believe at that meeting, it was about $20,000. Is that what you remember too, Ms. Reese?
I don't recall what they had raised at that point.
We talked
But-
about the grant at that.
But what had, at that meeting, it was indicated 20,000 had already been paid towards the statue.
Okay, maybe that's where I had my 20,000. We also discussed placement and things like that. There was a lot of discussion at that meeting. And then at that meeting, there was another conversation that we were going to hold a community meeting on February 25th so that the United Kingdom could come out to the entire community and share with them the vision, the information, everything they could about the statue. That was the date, I believe it was February 20th, that the paperwork was finally signed for getting permission to the district to approve said statue. We did have a meeting on February 25th with all of the community members that wanted to come in attendance. And again, there was a lot of discussion. Mr. Glover was there, Mrs. Wilson was there. Lots of discussion on how this statue came to be, whose idea was it, the funding, how it went from, I think Dr. Thomason even has the paperwork, the 7 to 9 foot, then it went to 12 foot. There was just a lot of communication. So with that, I'd like to open it up to anybody else that has concerns, questions, or anything they'd like to discuss about the statue.
I would like to start. First of all, I wasn't part of, I don't understand why other board members are being involved on this statute decision. I've been on this board for 6 years now. Playground equipment, things like that. I don't see board members sitting on committees to approve playground equipment for the schools. This is way out of our league, okay? I'm not here to worry about this or that and statues and things like that. This is not for us to be involved with and meeting on all these type of things. And I wasn't shared with any of this, that you guys went to all these meetings and had conversations. I didn't get any memos on that. And I think this is kind of out of our league on this. What I'd like to say is that I'd like to, if Allison Day is out there watching, I'd like to tell her thank you for what you have done. Higley is fortunate to have an individual in our community to make a difference in this way, and all the hurdles that she has gone through, and to talk to businesses and all these things. I applaud her. I mean, this is incredible, the amount of work that this lady has done. And that's what makes Higley special. And to have a statue over at Higley High School, that's going to be for generations to come. The statue is going to be there. So I applaud you, Allison Day, out there, and for your leadership and for making a difference in the Higley Unified School District. And I wish we had more people just like her to make this a wonderful school district. And you know what, we need to move on. Let's approve this. You know, I guess I'm from the Midwest, and when somebody gives you a gift, you say thank you very much and you move on, okay? And that's what I've told my children. When you get a gift, you say thank you very much and you move on. And for this conversation about, oh, where is it going to be located? Oh, how many feet? All this. These people had a whole committee, and they've got this together, and they brought this forward. let's just say thank you very much, wherever they put it, and let's move on. We have a lot of other things to cover here tonight. Okay, guys? And I just want to say that. Thank you very much, and let's move on, okay?
Mrs. Wilson.
I was a former PTO president. As you all have been aware, I'm not shy to share. I read everything that was given to me from the district. I went to the district board meeting where they talked about PTOs, essentially this is what a booster is. I will use those terms interchangeably. I'm sorry if anybody wants to use booster versus PTO. I think they're very close. I went to every meeting. Whatever you guys told me to do, I did it. There was no mention of paperwork when giving a gift. I will tell you that because I did it. I looked online. At least 4 years ago when I was PTO president, there was no paperwork for me to fill out that I was given when I gave a gift. I gave gifts. I went back actually into the closet to look. Did I do any paperwork? I did not. I did give gifts over $1,000. I looked that up. I never did paperwork. You guys never approved it. It was radios, in fact. That was a safety concern. They needed them. I bought them. I think we've all worked our tails off for PTOs. I've heard Mr. Witovich say that he worked for citrus sales. Mrs. Reese did her fair share at the band concerts. Mrs. Kaler at Cortina, sorry, I almost said Centennial, and Sossaman, and Mr. Glover, as a teacher, you, I'm sure, have put in your fair share for time for PTOs. We want to take this gift. We want to say thank you. I'm going to have the sentiment that Mr. Witovich said. You say thank you. Also, I want to just, I have like 4 pages on this. I'm going to condense it down. Sorry. It's been on my heart for a little bit. We've all talked about this in our separate groups, of course, and there's been conversations regarding it. I want to say that if we are going to have stipulations on our gifts, that we need to make it very in writing. Our whole board has always been process and procedure. I've never seen a process and procedure on this. I would love to have known that. Mrs. Good gave a speech and told us what we can and cannot do. It was a lot of finance. What you don't want to do for PTO. You do not want to embezzle money. And that's what I came away with from that meeting. I never came away with a sheet that said, this is what you have to do to give a gift to the school. So I'm putting that out there. I think if we're gonna say no to this gift, you need a process and procedure, and it's not there right now. So I will be voting yes on the statute. I did read all the emails that everyone sent, even though I did not reply to them after a certain time. There was so many, and I did read them all up until 4 o'clock. So you were heard, your voices were heard. I've listened. That's all I got.
Sure, Mrs. Wilson, reference, I'd just like to make a comment on our emails. I did receive a lot of emails, and it was 98% in reference to supporting this statute.
President Kaler?
Yes, Mrs. Reese.
Just wanted to go through my notes. Mrs. Wilson says we have notes and notes, and just so Mr. Witovich understand, we didn't sit on a committee for this as board members. We were invited to a conversation regarding the statute, that it was coming. The Higley community was unaware of it. Information was posted on Facebook about it, and when people started asking questions about what is it, how big is it, where is it going, those were all removed off of Facebook, and they, Mrs. Day had indicated she was advised to remove anything off of Facebook so it can stay positive, even though people were just asking questions. Where my concern is, and I agree, as far as gifts, and where my concern is that if I want to give you a gift, I can't just go put it in your yard. That would need to be a conversation we would have. I can't just go put 10, 11 foot something in your front yard because it's a gift. And there was limited conversation with site administration. Site administration did not know the size, the scope. they had no idea that what was coming other than we want to work on a statue. The thought of a statue promoting their school, I am all for. Something of this size creates additional expense, cost for the district. And during that conversation, a lot of information kept changing. And part of it was that there was supposed to be a grant, but then determined that grant was not for the statue, it was actually for landscaping. And it was also stated that Student Council had approached United Kingdom in that community meeting. It indicated that Student Council had approached the United Kingdom about the statue, when in our meeting on the 10th, it was the United Kingdom who approached Student Council to ask them for a donation, not that it would be their senior gift. So then it was also discussed that Student Council had indicated this had been talked about for years, and speaking to some Student Council students who graduated in 2019, there was no mention of a statue within their time at Higley, so it wasn't a long-term thing. My concern is that we have no communication with administration, that they're not working together, and I understand your comments, Mrs. Wilson, but as PTO, if you're giving a gift of a permanent structure, you work with your administration. When PTOs do a gift for shade structures, they work with their administration, they work with their site councils, they determine the size. The district has a say in what color, how big it can be, things like that. So you work with your site administration prior to a purchase or fundraising for an item.
Can I interject here? I saw an email that said that they had.
There was no...
It's in our board doc. There's an email, and it even listed the people, and it had Mr. Fields on it.
And what I think Mrs. Reese is stating is there was no details. There was no size, scope, cost. There was...
My iPad just failed again.
I know. So that was even during some of the conversations we had, there wasn't even a size and a scope given to anyone until February 25th.
So our conversation on February 10th included Mr. Fields and included United Kingdom, and even at that time, on February 10th, they still didn't have details. They couldn't share exactly all the details of it. So site administration was unaware of the size, the scope, what it would take. With an item this large, not only does it need to include your site administration, but we also have to include the town of Gilbert. It's large, it has to be mounted. And so my concern, and like I said, even on our meeting on February 10th, Mr. Fields indicated the only thing he knew was that United Kingdom wanted to do a statue. He had no idea what the size was. He had no idea what the cost was. The sale of the bricks to fundraise for it was not approved until February, when they had been, in fact, selling them. And then through that, and what was approved on February 20th was for the fundraising. And then through conversation and investigation, that there was no approval for the initial fundraiser. No one had approved the statue, and no one gave authorization for this process to start. I agree. We need our PTO members, our booster members, We need them to help support our schools, but we need to work with our schools. And we need to have communication and approval and work together in items, especially of this nature. This is going to be a permanent structure on our campus. And when you're not having any conversation regarding details on where it can go, there are certain places it can't even go because of its size. But you haven't even worked with your administration. And through the conversation and investigation, excuse me, in March, I was even advised that the district was going to stop this process and deny it. So that they were going to contact Mrs. Day during that second week of spring break since they were out of town, but then we all know COVID came, and then further discussion indicated that it would need to come to the board. So my concern is that this was done without the approval for fundraising on the campus. It was done without conversation of details and working through that with the site administration. So I do like the thought of a statue. I do think that that can bring value. This thing is very large. It does present difficulties to the campus as well as the district, and that it was not done in conjunction with the site administration. Those are what my concerns are.
I would just like to follow up on some of these. All the questions, all the concerns that I'm hearing from board members, these questions should be asked of your superintendent and administration. This is not our board, is not our business here, people. I'm not going to sit here at a board meeting and discuss playground equipment, and I don't like the color of the playground equipment. The playground equipment is too big. This is not our business. If you have a question, you question Dr. Thomason about this. Today, we're getting a gift. Thank you very much.
And Mr. Witovich, I hear you, and we did have these conversations with Dr. Thomason, and like I stated, it was in March advised to me that the district was not going to approve this and that it was going to be handled at the district level and that it would not be coming to the board.
Mr. Glover, did you want to say something? Oh, okay. I lost my train of thought now. You want to go? Because I just lost my train of thought.
Well, I don't want to ruin it. It looks like I'm the deciding vote for a change. You want me to go? All right. Well, I will. So, well, I agree with my colleagues at the far end of the table. You know, this is so weird. 2020, here we have, it's the year that statues are tearing apart communities. You know, we have to move forward, whatever the vote is. And I just want to remind everybody, you know, I've lost more than my fair share of votes, but we leave and we support the decision of the majority. That's the way serving on a board works, and we have to find a path forward. So I want to talk about that in a minute. But my questions are similar to Mr. Witovich. Is this thing going to be safe? Does it require maintenance and ongoing funding? Those questions have been answered for me. Yes, it will be safe, and any funding these guys have agreed to pay for. So I'm not spending any Higley Unified tax money on it, and I'm inclined that's what shapes my vote. You know, there's no way to measure the opportunity costs of a statue. So does that mean that our bathrooms aren't going to be clean because someone donated money to us? We have no way of knowing that at all. And it's a waste of time to even speculate about that. So personally, as a citizen, is this something that cost that I would contribute to? No, and I didn't. But as a board member, hey, thank you. That's lovely. We have some lax processes, and it's bad practice to pick and choose. When we realize that some of our processes aren't being followed, we have to dig deeper, and we got to fix that system. But this has been a mess, and I'm not calling anybody out by name specifically, but very ugly mudslinging back and forth. Social media is absolutely no way to govern, and I just want to chastise a lot of people. The people that emailed me, thank you. You put your name on it. I know who you are. I read them like you did. Thank you. But social media blasting out and trying to legislate, I mean, look at our government officials that try to legislate on social media. It's not working out very well, and we should really stop doing that. And we should set a good example for our kids on social media. This is why, thank God, Facebook is dying, because people are mean. So, we tell our kids when we teach them: is what you're writing kind? Is it constructive and helpful? And would you say it to somebody's face? And as a community, I think we need to be reminded of that. If you're not willing to say it to somebody's face, then maybe it's best you don't type it, or think of another way to phrase it. And that goes to a lot of people in this. I think, personally, the kids that I have seen and talked to acted way better than the adults. And people can be as mad at me as they want to be for saying it, but that is my perception. Those poor kids wanted to have something for the end of a school year, and adults took away that opportunity for them. And it would have been nice. I'm not a statue person, like I said, but that's what they wanted. And, telling kids to not go for something because it's grandiose, we are going to have, as a society, huge problems to solve. And if we tell kids, well, it's too much, don't even try, then we're not doing ourselves as a society any favors either. So I guess I'm way off point here, but we need to make sure that our principals and PTOs do a better, thorough job and have a better, thorough understanding of when they want to undertake a project, because this has been disruptive to everybody and to this entire community, and I think we need to vote and move past it. So I understand the frustrations on all sides, but it's not if that's what people want to give their money to, thank you very much.
I will follow up with, as a parent, I feel like Mr. Glover. As a board member, I have to wear this hat, and as a parent, my kid is over there and has told me not to vote for this. I am wearing a different hat, and I'm a board member first at this point, and that will be my caveat to that. I do think I talked to Mrs. Good, we can approve this with I don't know, what word did you give me yesterday? You gave me some fancy word that we could approve this with, that the United Kingdom has to maintain, and I don't know what. You told me exactly, and I should have written it down. Both scheduled and unexpected, like cleanup of this.
At the moment, I don't recall what word I used.
Yes, you gave me a very nice word here. I think that
condition.
there is a condition, but I don't think that was the word. But there was a condition that we can approve.
Could have been a contingency, but that really doesn't fit very well.
Was the word that we can put with this, that they have to maintain if there were to be something wrong, if some kids were to damage it in any way, or the maintenance. We can put that contingency in, correct? Mrs. Good? Yes. Okay. Just as that's some thought for it. Sorry.
No, so some of my concerns is the placement of this statue. They would like it, there's some of in their email or in their packet. One was to remove some cafeteria tables and put it in the courtyard. Dr. Thomason said that is absolutely not possible. It's too heavy and too big to be in our amphitheater. So at this point, Dr. Thomason, the only place that you have told me that this statue can be placed, and that is if it is approved, would be out underneath the scoreboard. Now, the scoreboard is the north entrance of our campus, and that is where our 6A football team is going to continue to enter, correct or no? Am I wrong?
President Kaler, I think that there may have been a misunderstanding. I would say that there are some other places we can put it. In the courtyard would not be an appropriate place for it. But back of the second side, we would have to, at the cost of the booster club, reinforce the ground. So it's not that it's too heavy. Right now, we could not just place it there. The concrete would have to be busted up. We would have to get an engineer, and it would have to be placed there with the proper footings. So I think there was a little bit of misunderstanding there.
Okay, and again, I go back to, and I understand your position on this, Mr. Witovich. I've spoken to a lot of teachers on the campus, a lot of students on the campus, and there seems to be a lot of negativity of having this on their campus. They don't think it's bringing value. They want it for spirit. But But there's been other students in the past at Higley High School that have wanted to plant trees, and they were denied because the cement being torn up would cost the district too much money or the club too much money, so they couldn't do that. So there is absolutely something to be said about the district having a say what does come on our campus and what does not come on our campus. And so again, I go back to this was created, this was fundraised for, this was built without any formal approval of any administrator, any district employee. Is that correct, Dr. Thomason?
President Kaler, members of the board, there was some knowledge of a statue, but the cost and the size and the scope of the statue was not brought to my attention until the 2020 school year, or the 2020 fiscal, or the year January, February.
So I guess that goes back to my concern of a policy. We were talking at our retreat, policy and procedure, and there is a form, which you saw, Mrs. Wilson, in the thing, that has to be filled out when something of that scale is brought to a campus. And they do work with administration, and they do have that conversation. There have been Gaga courts donated. Again, you work with the administration on where that's going to be before fundraising even begins. And this was just done a little bit backwards for me completely. And so I'm concerned about the precedent that I will be saying by saying yes to this when nothing was followed that is out there. And Mrs. Good, I know that you do have those meetings with the boosters, but there are definitely forms that people fill out for having Food Truck Friday or any kind of fundraiser and things like that. Those forms are within our PTOs, correct?
As far as I know, the forms that you're talking about that have to be filled out for the food trucks and some of the carnivals and those activities, those are insurance matters. And those documents go to our insurer. They don't go to them, but the insurer sets up the kind of information that you need to give. So those are the forms that are used. They're the only ones I know about.
President Kaler,
Mr. Holland.
we do also have another form if you're going to have a Food Truck Friday. It's an exception form that they have to file, that we keep on file as a requirement with the Department of Education.
What is an exception form? What is that actually?
To stay in compliance with our National School Lunch Program.
Okay, thank you.
President Kaler. And that's the joy of this board, is that we have different perspectives and we can agree and we can agree to disagree. And Mr. Glover, you chuckle. You know, I agree with you more than I don't. And to me, I think social media is the devil. I believe in keyboard courage, and I agree, and I don't use social media, and I agree with you. If you can't say it to somebody, don't type it. And I completely agree with that. We have talked a lot about processes, and the thought of being able to bring anything onto our campus. We're a public school campus. To bring anything onto our campus without working with your administration, without your administration approval, we have denied other things coming onto campuses. So I agree that gifts are amazing, and I don't disagree that Mrs. Day has worked really hard on this. My concern is putting something of this size, of this dollar amount, without working with your administration and without getting the proper fundraising approved. We did not have that information before this process started. The question came about is what happens if they haven't raised the entire amount for this statue. So they're committed to this statue. What happens if the fundraising doesn't raise the entire amount? Who's on the hook for that? Mrs. Day told us they would be, that they've made that personal guarantee. That, and Mrs. Wilson, you know, that's not a good practice of fundraising, that you make sure you raise the funds, that you are clear of what you're purchasing, how it's going to go. Like I said, I can't just go plop something in your yard because I want to give it to you. There's rules. You have an HOA. I'm sure they wouldn't approve that. And so I would work with you and I would say, Mrs. Wilson, I'd really like to give this to you. How can we make this work? And without working with the administration, other than knowing they wanted a statue, is where my concern is. And with Mrs. Kaler, setting the precedence of I can bring anything I choose to do so to donate to a campus without their approval doesn't sit well with me, because it could be inappropriate, and this is a precedence of that. So, but I hear everything you are all saying. I wish this process had been done differently. I wish that the boosters had worked with administration, that we could make sure it's what the school wants. As we've all heard from people, we have heard both sides of it. And without the process of working with the school and the administration for something of this size, this magnitude, that, like Mrs. Good said, we can put a caveat into, is it's going to ultimately be an issue. And that's why, Mr. Glover, this is before us today. It has been a huge distraction for 6 months, and we do have more important things to focus on.
Can I just like to say in closing real quick, for the board members that have some concerns, your concerns are with the Higley Unified School District administration, okay? These people are boosters, are volunteers. They're not paid, okay? So you're sitting there going, oh, they didn't ask this, they didn't ask this. Come on, these people are volunteers. We are blessed that they're in our community, that they're going to give us a statue, and now you're somebody saying, well, maybe they should put some more money if they're going to clean it. Come on. We don't say this as somebody bringing a playground equipment and saying 5 years if it breaks down. This is ridiculous, okay? Let's move on. Thank you very much for the statue. Let's move on.
Mr. Witovich, they actually did agree to help pay for the ongoing maintenance, which is minimum. Okay, but they did. So all these, there is no Higley Unified District. The board is not expending any money for this, and people need to be really understanding of that. But we do have, I mean, I printed them out, policy KCD-R and KCD. We do have this, and this is the reminder, if we learn anything from tonight, that the cabinet needs to review with the schools to be sure that there is a very, very clear understanding, because God help anyone if this happens like this again. It should not. We have these policies and we should follow them, and it's just, sometimes policies come to mind and you got to remind people that we have them for a reason.
Thank you, Mr. Glover, and I guess that's where I'm just going to land, is that I don't believe that policy and procedure was followed. I don't even think best practices was followed when it comes to fundraising before any type of approval. So again, this should not have come to the board. This could have stopped at the district level when things were not followed according to our policy and procedure. So, but it is brought to us, and it's brought to us tonight. And that was my doing, putting the agenda together, because I do believe that moving forward, reopening our schools and the safety of our community needs to be our forefront. I do appreciate all of our volunteers that work in our schools. I was one of them for many years, and I would still love to do some in my ability as a board member as well. I appreciate all the hard work that our volunteers do. I appreciate our donors as well. I just believe, too, that our donors need to know exactly what they're getting and what's happening, and I believe that money was given to something that they didn't even know exactly those details. And I don't think that's fair to a donor, to be very honest. I think donors should know exactly what are they donating to. I've talked again to many of our staff who they are not in support of this statute, and so just because of other reasons to them, they didn't feel that they were included in any conversations on what spirit means to a school. And it went from a 20-year commencement statute, and now it's the senior class gift. There was lots of things that changed along the way for me personally as a parent, just attending meetings as a parent. But also as a board member, I was given information. One day it was this, and then the district is going to, deny it. But now it's here. So yes, I agree that we just need to have a vote and move forward from here on however that goes. Any other comments?
President
Mrs.
Kaler,
Reese?
just as a quick comment, Mr. Ratovich, I hear you. And as a reminder, we too are unpaid volunteers. So I get it. We give our time, our money, and everything else as well. So we are also in that category. And for some, as Mr. Glover always brings up, we get beat up one way or another. There's no doubt after this particular vote, we are going to get beat up one way or another, and we will. This has been very decisive in our community, and people are very passionate one side or another. So we too are volunteers, and we give our time, and we do our due diligence, and we do sometimes take a beating for it. So
That's for sure. And this is not one of those that can make everybody happy at the end of the day. So, any other questions or concerns? Should I add a contingency to my original motion? Mrs. Good.
I don't want a contingency on this. We're here to accept the gift or not start saying, if it rains outside. Let's just move on with the gift, please.
Anybody else? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
nay.
Nay. Motion carries 3-2. Congratulations, Higley. You will have a new statue soon. Future agenda items 7.1. We have some future agenda items already still coming. You can look through our things here, how we prepare students beyond life. We changed that wording from portrait of a graduate after our retreat. Thank you, Dr. Foley. Is there anything anybody else would like to add for the future?
President Kaler, members of the board?
Yes, Dr. Thomason.
Yes, at the next board meeting, I would like to bring forward the proposal for the Jewel lawsuit. So that would be happening on the 15th, should the board want to move forward with that.
Thank you for that. Add that to the list.
Thank you, Mrs. Reach, for finding that we talked about it but didn't vote on it.
That was what it was. We had memory of Juul and vaping, we just didn't. Thank you for finding that. Okay, so we are going to move on, finally, all those watching us online. We are going to move to our work study, which is going to be a presentation with Dr. Foley on reopening of our schools.
President Kaler,
Yes,
Are we
Mr.
gonna
West.
take a brief
could we take a few,
break?
We'll take a
couple-minute
5-minute
while they're
break,
getting set up?
please.
Okay.
Thank you. Brian, are we ready? Thank you so much. Welcome back. Thanks for the little break. We are going to have a lovely update from Dr. Foley and her team reopening Higley School Task Force.
Will extra people be coming in?
There is
Oh.
going to be extra people. That's why we have those desks set up in the back to keep them social distancing, as Dr. Foley's task force included many people.
President Kaler, members of the board, thank you for tonight. We have an exciting presentation for you, but I am also going to give you a precautionary tale. So, what you see and what you hear tonight is probably going to change. We've done the very best we can to put together an incredible program for opening school next year. But with that being said, from last week to this week, things have changed. From the end of May to now, things have changed 3 or 4 times. So I do want to tell you that the precautionary tale for our teachers, our students, our staff, we're doing the very best we can in an ever-changing world of COVID. The task teams have worked very, very hard. Kind of like with graduation, we had plan A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and so on, and until we were able to do what we could for the Higley Unified School District to the best of our abilities. And I thought that our high schools pulled off an incredible high school graduation during the COVID-19 situation. And so tonight, I just want to make sure that we enter with caution, that we know what we say today may change tomorrow. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Don Foley to start us with our presentation for preparing for the 2021 school year. Dr. Foley.
Thank you, Dr. Thomason. Okay, so tonight we have lots of information that we want to share with you, and it's all going to center around the theme. You'll see here our COVID theme. One of the things we want to share is that everything we say is, yes, subject to change, but the preparation for being ready for whatever comes our way, our team has been diligently working forward towards, and we'll be sharing with you tonight an overview of those things. We want to also acknowledge that truly, that again, at this time, there are multiple perspectives, views, concerns, and we are obviously open to hearing all of those things, and sometimes we'll be forced to have decisions or communication that may not always be what you were hoping for or what you or feel comfortable with. And so we acknowledge and accept that. We are committed to ongoing communication. One of the things that this planning has allowed us to do, and you'll kind of hear a timeline of what we're doing and what we're thinking about from multiple levels, but what this will allow us to do is be better at our communication with more explicit details. Tonight we'll be able to provide some of that information. One of the things is that this is going to require us to be nimble and be quick. So you'll hear about versatile planning that's been happening. Not that predetermined decisions have been made, but that either way we have to go, we're ready to accommodate. You'll hear tonight about safety, and you'll hear about health, and you'll hear about the role that our individuals, our community members, our students, our families, and their role in helping to help be part of the safety and security that we're putting in place for options. And you're also going to hear about our dedication to high-quality education with the options that we're providing. A lot of work has happened since we started into the remote learning in March, and so we'll talk a little bit about all kinds of options and things we're talking about. Also know that this is an overview. The amount of work that has happened in these committees, we could have several-hour studies on each one. One of the things we want you to know is that we have used some common resources. It's important to know that the world is evolving. The resources we're using continue to change. What we learn one day evolves and shifts the next. You know, if we recall back in May, the CDC first came out on May 5th with some guidance. May 19th, they created a guidance. The ADE started their task force on May 7th. June 1st was the first day that the roadmap was released. Fortunately, we were involved when Higley had representation, was involved in this process all along, so we knew what resources were coming, what models existed, so we could use common tools. What we are using in Higley, obviously, is Arizona's roadmap to give us some guidance, but then we're interpreting what does that mean for us in Higley, utilizing national models and examples and our own Higley expertise on what will and won't work in our buildings and in our schools with our leaders. On May 28th, we brought our administrators together on a Teams meeting, and we rolled out the fact that this was going to be a marathon and this is going to be a sprint. And as we go in, this is not a sprint, this is a marathon. I mean, we're going to need to get moving and get quick here and work together. And one of the things we talked about was that we needed involvement across all levels. So we started our task force on that day, and we defined a framework for us to work in, where we had cabinet member leaders with departments who created subcommittees who worked together to begin getting information, discussions, plans, checklists, ideas, concerns. We brought all perspectives together. And then we also had individuals who were advisory members who, once a document, a checklist, a frequently asked question, or something was created, we asked them to help provide feedback. I will tell you that the teams have been working really, really hard, because we could sit for days and have conversations about what we could do, what should we do, what might happen, but then we had to get busy with putting some pen to paper and ideas down and start creating work and outline it. So you will see here that our task teams from this framework, there were areas. So Ed Services had task teams, and they were looking at what would elementary model look like, what would the secondary instructional model look like, with using these frameworks, using these schedules. What considerations did we need to put in place so that whatever comes our way as things change, we could be responsive. We looked at what our health and safety practices would be. What are those protocols? What are those screenings? What are those checklists? What considerations do we need to have across? Our early childhood centers, what does it look like in those buildings? Special education. Human resources was taking a look at our employees returning to work, benefits, frequently asked questions, decision trees. We had, obviously, facilities, grounds, transportation, our rentals, athletics, also had task teams working through logistics here. What's interesting about this is that all of these are dealing with unique, different scenarios and challenges, and yet there's lots of overlap. What you'll see here is that these were the individuals, and these were comprised of some of our administrators. They were surveyed to ask us, what would your choice be, and do you want to help us? What would your choice be? And then we also had individuals who reached out to us saying, I want to be involved. Here's how how could I be utilized? So we had multiple roles in there. You'll see that we had leaders who volunteered to be co-chair people to lead this work, because multiple meetings were happening at multiple times. They were working closely with their cabinet member because they would bring information that said, need a decision here. Here's a noisy need. Help us figure it out. Let's coordinate together. Co-chairs worked with other co-chairs so that where there was consistency, there wouldn't be overlap. We were sharing documents so that one checklist didn't contradict another. So a lot of people were involved, multiple eyes included.
President Kaler, members of the board. Oh, my mic's working now. Sorry, but I also want to say is Dr. Foley has done an incredible job of bringing together all of our stakeholders, including administrators, teachers, parents, and classified staff. So this truly was committees of all stakeholders within our district. So she's done an absolutely incredible job to make sure that we wanted to be very inclusive in this aspect.
So I will share with you that this is just, and again, we would like to thank everybody who are on these lists. These were the different committees and the individuals who were part of doing a lot of the work and then bringing it back to the team and looking through that. We even had groups of people who shared their perspectives, their questions, their concerns, looking at drafts. I will tell you that we've been moving as fast as we possibly can to get information to people, and I feel like we're burning the midnight oil, sending things to people on Thursday night saying, thank you, please get us information back by Monday so that we can do draft frequently asked questions number 30 with combining, information. So trying to be as responsive as possible. Could not have done it without the leadership of our leaders in this district and their collaboration with each other and our teachers who reached out to be part of this and give their feedback, being honest. I feel like we have done our very best to think through things together. One of the things we want to share is we do not have, talking about the crystal ball, we don't have one. There are some, our favorite category is the unknown unknowns that we don't know that we should be preparing for. But what we have done was using the guidance, using our expertise, work through the scenarios the best that we can with our information to kind of help share where we are at tonight in preparation for what may be coming. One of the things we also said is that our filters, what are our filters that we're running this through? Obviously, health and safety is important. Our quality education is essential, whether you're in the classroom or remote, and we learned a lot in remote learning, and actually we're doing training with teachers before they left on how to utilize a common platform K-12, and we've had ambassadors working all summer and teachers aware of preparing and moving forward. Obviously respecting diverse opinions and hearing concerns to address it to the fullest potential possible, and ongoing communication. The thing that all of our committees grappled with, though, is you have guidance, you have your guidance, and then you have what's reasonable, feasible, and attainable. So we called it the FBA. How do we take this guidance and make it reasonable and feasible? So we're going to start talking about the fact that there are things that are not always possible, but what we're going to talk tonight about, we're going to be honest about what we can do and what we can't do and what we're going to do to address those things so that parents can make informed decisions. And we're going to start also with looking at what did our community say and feel when they gave us input. And I have our wonderful Mr. Lotzenheiser and Mrs. Richards, who are going to share with you the results that we learned from our community on the survey that was sent out the 1st of June.
So, good evening, President Kaler and board, community, and of course, cabinet. Thank you for taking time tonight to understand our process. And I was going to introduce him, but she already did, so he's going to take it away.
Madam President, members of the board, sorry, I'm a rookie. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for allowing me the opportunity to join the team here in Higley, and I look forward to serving the community of Higley together.
Welcome, too, by the way. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. So as you can see from the slides, on June 3rd, we started and submitted 2 different surveys, a parent survey and an employee survey, to get the pulse of the community and of our employees. 4,318 responses by families, which came out to approximately 7,500 students were represented by the surveys, which gave us a return response rate somewhere around 60%. So I think that is actually fantastic in terms of a response rate and gave some validity to the survey and the results that we're seeing. From the employee side, we have 899 responses, which is about 62% of our employees that responded to the survey. So this is right off the bat, we wanted to know, are you planning to come to work or attend school in the 2020-2021 school year? And you can see overwhelmingly, very easy to see in the pie graph, we had 88% of our parents said yes, and 97% of our employees said yes. In reaction to the Q4 of last year, we took a look and asked, do you prefer the district provide your students remote learning only? And overwhelmingly, our community said no. 20% said yes, we would look at that, only 80% saying no.
Those were all our moms that were like, take them back, please.
A few of us dads are like that too.
And dads.
Yes.
And dads.
Okay,
Whoever
dads
was
too.
home, whoever was home with the kids is the one who was answering this.
When we look just to break down a little bit further amongst our employees, 67% of the responses came from certified employees, while 33% were from our classified employees.
There.
So when you take a look, the purpose of this slide is to show you the breakdown by grade level of the responses. And when I first looked at it, when I got it, I thought, wow, this is great. Absolutely, we had representation from all grade levels and very positive support across the splits on our grades. So that's, once again, adding validity to our survey. The next one shows what schools will your child be attending, or where will your workplace be? And you can see we had great representation from all schools and at the same time with our workplaces. I would like to give a shout out to transportation, who had the most responses amongst employees. I believe it's 94 responses. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mrs. Richards.
Okay, so we can look at data in multiple ways: numbers, percentages, and colors. And so I love looking at the greens and the blues on these circle graphs. And so when you look at those tell you if somebody's very comfortable or somewhat comfortable. So we ask our parents, with increased safety protocols, how comfortable are you sending your kids back to school? 69% of these parents said very or somewhat. Then we ask employees the same type of question. How comfortable are you returning to work in person? And you'll see 73% of them said very comfortable or somewhat comfortable.
Mrs. Richardson, when you asked the question on the survey, was it just the question, or did you say these were the safety features that are going to take place? Because if you just said, well, Greg, would you like to come back to school? Versus if somebody said, well, we'll have this, 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 and this, I would answer a lot differently. So is that how the questions were asked?
And you're going to see communication that we've sent out in our FAQs about what those extra safety precautions look like. And so there's been a lot of communication. When we sent this out, we hadn't done as much of that, but we have worked so hard in these task teams to get all those protocols and resources in place. So next we ask...
Mrs. Richards?
Yes.
I just had a quick question. Did it say at the top of the survey something about there was an option for a mask? The first question was something about an option. I took the survey, but I know everything has changed since then.
Correct.
So I thought I would bring that up. There was for Mr. Witovich, who probably didn't take the survey, it did say something about, does anybody remember
Optional.
the right wording?
It indicated that masks would be optional. And keep in mind that when this was sent, this was it was June 3rd, and this was previous to changes in Arizona cases and prior to any ordinances in place.
But that was something I wanted to help you kind of get there. Like, that was a caveat, I guess. That's my word tonight. So that was a caveat, and I thought that might be helpful if you didn't take the survey to know that that was on there.
And we're going to talk about a bunch of the comments in a minute, but that's the number one comment, this, okay? Both ways.
Mrs. Richards, real quick, I know because this is what I heard a lot of, and since we're going through the survey at the moment, we are very aware the circumstances have changed within our state between the time people took these surveys to right now. And I can just imagine people watching going, yes, but I would change my answer right now. Yep. So I just want to make that clear that we're just going off of the information. We're going through this, like you guys, nothing.
And they're going to have an opportunity to tell us what they want, whether they want to come back in person or if they're uncomfortable. So you're exactly right. June 19th, everything changed.
So while we're continuing to go through these survey questions, I just want to make it very clear if anyone's watching and they're kind of yelling at their screen going, but that,
what are you talking
I did answer
about?
this, but I would change my answer to this, that we're aware of it, but we're just going through the data. We're aware of when it was taken, and we are keeping that into consideration, and there will be future steps that you guys are going to go over. I just don't want someone having a
Yeah.
coronary watching it going,
Thank
wait.
you for making that clear. All right, one of the questions we also asked was how comfortable would you be with your child in a hybrid model, which could look like 2 days in school and the other time at home online. And you're going to see that that looks different than the first slide we looked at. 49% of our parents said they'd be comfortable or somewhat comfortable. And same thing with our staff and our teachers. 67% said they would be comfortable.
President Kaler, members of the board, I would also like to remind you at this time, even though this survey question was posed, that there is no funding mechanism for this to happen with the state at this time. They have made no accommodations to change the Arizona Revised Statute that requires a certain number of hours or a certain number of hours per year over a 180-day school calendar. So even though we did ask this question, at this point in time, there have been no changes made to statute to allow this to happen and receive funding for those students.
That's important. So thank you for clarifying that. The last thing we asked was, how comfortable are you going fully remote or online from home? 30% of our parents at this point in time said comfortable or somewhat comfortable, and 50% of our employees said that. So we did have some experience with this the last quarter, and like you said, a lot of parents were taken back. We don't know how to do this. We respect you guys. We want them back. But one of the most important things when you give a survey is to look at your comments. And we had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of comments. So we looked for themes, things that kept coming up. And I mentioned this, the mask came up over and over. And at that point in time, it was, I don't want my student wearing a mask. They're not coming back to school if you make them. And there were parents that said, we want them to wear a mask. And like we said, this is prior to Gilbertstown Council's emergency order that we are all following now. So there was a theme. We want kids back in school. We want them learning. And they talked a lot about social emotional time, which is lunch, recess, specials, after-school activities, athletics. So that's what we saw. They also talked about their kids had a very hard time being away from structure, their teachers, their friends, and it was tough on them emotionally. The other thing we saw, unfortunately, was the quality of the remote learning could be improved. So guess what? We took that to heart. We put systems in place, and they're going to talk more about Canvas, K-12, shortly as we get into the instructional models. Our teachers said things like, let's get back to work. Let's put safety measures in place. I miss the kids. The kids feel happy and safe at school. So we have a lot of teachers that, I'll just put it this way, they were hurting too.
One of the things that we look forward to sharing with our community at the end of this week is a majority of the questions and themes that were asked, we now have answers for to help you better make a decision when we ask you to determine for us what you want for your student right now. Our FAQs from our staff and from our community are addressing this, and was the heart of the work of those processes, procedures, and pieces that we have in place that we are going to talk a little bit about tonight. tonight so that families will hear more about specifics in those documents that will be going out at the end of this week. So again, those feedback survey questions we now have answers to the greatest extent possible that we look forward to addressing. There were some other pieces that came up though in those surveys that we want to address and share as well with some information at this moment.
So one of the things we've talked about quite often is the school calendar. We know that the Higley Unified School District starts approximately a month from now. And so there is lots of conversation and lots of talk of should we postpone that. So at this time, it would be the recommendation of the board to not postpone that, and there were several reasons we thought about that and considerations. So possibly moving the starting date would limit the length of our breaks and may not benefit our students should we close again. So if that happens, we would have that less of the time to have with our students for a live face-to-face instruction. Also too, with our current decision, it allows for 2 weeks or 16 days every 9 weeks that we could utilize as a natural break for isolation or to keep students away from each other as recommended by the CDC should we have an outbreak. We also know that some of our neighbors are changing their start date too. Some are supposed to start a week before us, and some are supposed to start a week after us. Careful consideration was given to the Higley Unified School District being at a separate date. Should a spike hit, we know it's not just going to be in Higley Unified School District, that it might be across the state of Arizona, and we would be in a place to where we could have a separate start time from the rest of our communities to take care of our communities and our students should something happen. So that was a lot of conversation in regards to our school calendar and whether we should change the time and date of our school calendar. So at this time, it's our recommendation to keep that, although we know it may be out of our hands and it may be changed for us.
I was watching a neighboring district as we were coming in. I came early to watch their decision. So I was watching what they were doing, how they were deciding their survey. I was looking at that information as well. I think it's a good decision to keep the way you want, Dr. Thomason. It sounds like there's some mess over there that they're going to have to start cleaning up for that.
So we're going to talk more about options for families. So this is kind of like the spoiler part of this. Then we're going to talk more about what this looks like. But basically, we have prepared options for families, and they're going to have essentially 2 options. Now, you're going to hear about multiple plans tonight. We asked you about hybrid. We asked you about back to school as normal as possible. We're looking at two options. I like to talk with my hands. I apologize. 2 options. The first option is full-time in-person option. Now, full-time in-person option with the goal to returning as normal as possible with everyone being able to go back. The idea of a hybrid is that is put in place to allow for more social distancing opportunities. So in-person learning schedules would be a potential option there. So we're looking for full-time in-person. The other option would be full-time remote learning, so that if a family said, you know what, I'm not comfortable with returning to a building at this time, I want to know more about that remote learning. A lot of work has been done in that area that we will be talking about, but there are essentially 2 options: returning to the building with whatever schedule option is allowable based on the health and wellness at the time and schedule potentials here, and or remote learning. That flexible option is the idea that I could start remotely. I may decide at this moment I'm going to wait. There's a lot of unknowns for me and my family. I want to not return to the building. I want to start remotely. But if at any point, at any time that I decide, you know what, I want to reconsider that at the end, at a quarter break, we would want families to be able to transition back into the in-person option. The other thing is you could choose to start face-to-face, and for any reason decide that for health-related reason or for any other option you felt was best to transition into remote learning, that's that choice. So again, we're looking at We're back in the building, in person, learning with whatever schedule is allowable, and we have created every scenario potential so that whatever comes, we're ready to go, to remote learning to the highest quality possible, and the option to go whichever way needed. So you're going to learn a little bit more about that tonight, but families are going to have the ability to determine and to tell us what they want. And tonight you're going to learn a little bit more about what are the components of those options, and what it looks like, and the considerations that will help them make that decision. And you'll also hear about some of the safety and health protocols that are part of helping me decide if I feel comfortable with returning to school in person. What will it look like? What can you do? And what will happen in my child's classroom or in the school campus?
President Kaler, members of the board, we also talked about lots of hybrid models to where we'd bring 50% of the students in. We have had lots of those discussions. And then as far as the aspect that we would even divide kids up by alpha. So brothers and sisters would go together and we wouldn't do like first, third, fifth, and then second. So we have had lots of those discussions, but at this point in time, the Arizona State Legislature does not have a funding mechanism to allow that to happen. But should that change, please note that those are also some things that we have talked about and taking into consideration.
But, can you clarify something for me? Because earlier you said that student counts wouldn't go down any less than 2%, right?
That is correct, Mr. Glover.
So in a sense, I mean, they are kind of allowing for a hybrid model, I would say, right? I mean, not in terms of seat hours, but in terms of funding, I guess, which is something. All right, never mind. I don't want to sidetrack us, but there's.
I do hear what you're saying, and that would be an option that I would like to explore further, to be honest with you. I hadn't thought of it in that direction, Mr. Glover.
There is some proposed legislation also that needs to be considered that would more fully allow for that option. So the nice thing is that in the absence of those things being finalized, we have plans and have identified what that may look like so that we can adjust either way. You will even hear tonight how that plans have been made in the event that we go back full-time, and we're back full-time, and if the state or the governor were to close schools again, what would our remote learning look like now with what we've learned in the event that should happen? So a lot of preparation for being nimble, being quick, being flexible, being versatile has been discussed, and so we'll talk a little bit about that more.
Dr. Foley, I have a
Yes.
quick little interjection on this slide.
Yes.
So in these three different areas, so a teacher, like a fifth grade team is teaching. Is it going to be depending on our numbers, that one teacher would be the full-time online? Is that going to be the options? Because I think about teachers teaching in person and trying to run an online program.
Okay, that's a very good question, and that was one of the main concerns our teacher group had, and you'll hear a little bit more about it, but just to answer that question, it'll be really important for the community to tell us their preference. What do you want for your students, so we can begin to utilize our staffing and our numbers to figure out how we're going to do that and what curriculum we have to do that. One of the things you're also going to hear is that the role of Canvas is going to be integrated in across the board, because I may be in the face-to-face model, and one of the things we're going to really stress is that if you do not feel good, you do not go to school today. Do you remember the poem from Shel Silverstein, I cannot go to school today, said little Peggy Ann McKay, who has the measles, mumps, the gash, the rash. You go, I could do the whole poem, I'll spare you. But essentially, the role of that filtering, if I don't feel good, I don't go to school, but I don't want you to fall behind. So your ability to stay connected with what's happening in the classroom, Canvas is going to be a tool that we use, and that will, whether you are in the face-to-face or full remote online learning. Now, as a teacher, I'll be using that tool more, but I won't be trying to teach my class face-to-face and teach online at the same time. So again, having the numbers so that we can staff accordingly and appropriately is going to be very, very important. So that piece helps answer that, and we'll talk a little bit more about what that looks like. But again, those scenarios are the parts and pieces that our core teams have been working through. So talk about attendance, letters. One of the things that won't happen this year, because this came up in our parent survey. Now, wait a minute, y'all. When we're gone too often, you send letters that scare me. And so one of the things that will be suspended this year is that letters we are not going to auto-generate letters to go home, because that is going to be sending contradictory message. What we need for you to do is to communicate with us so that because we need to know if you are not well, we need to know if you are not going to be out, and if it's for an extended period of time, we will make sure that you can keep up. And if it's going to be for an extended period of time, we may work with you to transition you fully to remote only. And so one of the things you'll find is that, yes, the auto dialer will still work. We will still double check to make sure you've reported attendance, because we need to do that. But we're going to be rolling out at the beginning of the year a really nice app that will allow parents to quickly and easily, if we know we're going to need to be home for a couple of weeks, I can report attendance all at once and we can track that. So again, traditional things like perfect attendance and those kind of things are contradictory to our new normal. And so those are some of the transitions that we're going to be making in our processes, so that our auto things don't continue to happen that way, because that's not what's important. You're going to hear, as we transition into this, we caution again, everything we say today can and will possibly shift and change, and that's one of the reasons why our teams have been working to figure out, what does this look like, how might this be? So if it changes overnight, we're not starting from scratch all over again. But it's a lot of thought processes here. So you will be hearing from different groups. We're going to start with talking about the safety protocols. We're going to talk about health, and then we're going to go into the instructional model kind of pieces. So you'll hear a little overview of all these. Know that there are volumes of documents and resources and materials that these groups have created that we've been reviewing, but that we're trying to streamline just kind of general gist here, so that we can begin to give information to families about what we're preparing for school. So we are, do not worry, do not fear. We are working really hard for our community and for our students, so that we provide the best quality education possible and options to the greatest extent possible. So with that, I'm delighted to turn this over for this portion to talk a little bit about the facility pieces with our new director who was introduced at the beginning. This is Felicia Malloy, who we're delighted to have, and Ben Buholtz.
Good evening, Board President Kaler and board members. Thank you for having me here tonight, and look forward to working with all of you. Benny and I were part of the task force for facility and custodial. And what we have here is that we are offering increased cleaning with an emphasis on disinfecting and sanitation. That would include additional custodial staff at each site that will be discussed a little bit later. We've also discussed installing the plexiglass barriers being installed at our campuses. They're in process right now. Face shields are being made available for our paraprofessionals, our health aides, and our bus aides. Enhanced procedures and processes would include that within the communal areas, there would be a personal responsibility to have cleaning available, just as we're demonstrating tonight with the hand sanitizer here. Playground equipment will be cleaned at more frequent intervals than they have in the past. Restrooms would be cleaned at least midway through the day, in addition to the usual cleaning. Training and professional development for all staff will be arranged. Currently, we do have training for July 2nd for our summer school. As you're aware, summer school is tentatively set for July 6th for in-person. For the remainder of the staff, custodial training will happen on July 8th and 9th. PPEs, thermometers, additional cleaning supplies are all stockpiled in the warehouse, and additional items are currently being ordered. We do have the installation of hand sanitizers going in stations at all school sites, including the district office, and we're currently ordering for all classrooms. We also are investigating enhanced filters and other equipment.
Thank you. Did you say that the teachers too will have face shields?
Not the teachers. The teachers, right now, we're under the order with the masks, so they
With the
would have
masks.
those, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the face mask is for those that would have that intimate contact with students.
Just a quick interjection. I apologize, Felicia. There could be a possibility of face shields for teachers who need it as an accommodation because they do fall in that at-risk category or underlying conditions. So, as the facilities and maintenance team has worked with the rest of us, we have decided and talked about ordering a large number of them just in case we have to make more available.
There's some of the teachers that have asked me this very question, so I think some are interested in a face shield as well. So thank you for into consideration.
I think one of the things that we are going to make, obviously it wouldn't be if you want it, it will be provided. It wouldn't be automatically provided unless you wanted it, but we would provide whatever you felt you wanted that we could provide.
Dr. Thomason, I heard that during our work study, you had disclosed how much hand sanitizer we bought. I think this would be a great time for you to maybe share with our listening audience that may have not tuned into our work study.
President Kaler, members of the board, we're reaching now close to $100,000 in PPE, hand sanitizer, and equipment because it's not cheap. And actually, right now, we looked at buying it in 55-gallon drums because we thought we could get a better price. And so we have a lot of hand sanitizer and PPE, face shields, gloves, cleaning equipment, Clorox. The warehouse is absolutely pallet after pallet after pallet of the sanitizers and cleaning equipment and supplies.
Thank you.
Okay, the next slide talks about the specialized disinfecting equipment. We have currently purchased the Prototex handheld cordless electrostatic sprayer. We have 4 of those available within the district. We have also purchased the backpack cordless electrostatic sprayers. We have 2 of those in the district. And along with those sprayers, we have purchased the PerTabs disinfecting sanitizing tabs that are used within that equipment. We also are ordering several handhelds at this time.
So why are we not ordering enough for each school? If you just mentioned 2, and we have how many schools? 14 schools. Somebody clue me in here a little bit here.
President Kaler, Mr. Witovich, we have a COVID cleaning crew, what Dr. Fowler lovingly refers to as the Ghostbuster Squad, and the Ghostbuster Squad comes through and they're able to sanitize and clean areas where we may have had a positive case or a potential infected area, and so they do come through. So the COVID cleaning crew does have that equipment that's assigned to them, but we will have other equipment that's available to the sites. Quite honestly, Mr. Witovich, a lot of things are on back order right now, and so as things become more available, we will get more equipment.
How quickly can they get through a school? Do we know, Dr. Fowler, how quickly the Ghostbusters can get through a school?
We've had a couple practice events previously, and so when we practiced that the last time, we were able to sanitize the campus within about an hour.
So if we had to, there could be multiple campuses that they could come through pretty quickly.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
One quick question. So this crew that we're talking about, you're going to be pulling this crew from other jobs?
These are district personnel that have assigned responsibilities, but are free to be pulled if needed. So it would be not from sites, but district personnel. Great question.
Thank you.
We have Josh Crosby coming in to talk a little bit more about what will transportation look like, because that obviously is a consideration and something that we want to share.
So I think, Mr. Crosby, you're going to tell us we just bought 200 buses and 200 more bus drivers. No, you will not.
And not to mention a new bus yard to park them all in, right? So, President Kaler, members of the board, I am here to speak on the Transportation Committee and what our recommendations are. But before I start with that, if I can help answer maybe a question from the previous group, because I did sit on a few subcommittees. Mr. Wachowicz about the static sprayers that the district has. Those are a little bit more expensive, and the product that's used in them has a 1-minute kill time for COVID. There is a much more cost-effective thing that I think our district is looking at with a 5-minute kill time, and it's applied using a garden sprayer, which is a lot more cost-effective. And I don't want to speak for the others, but I think it is what will probably be used more in the schools unless there's an outbreak. Okay. So with that, I will discuss transportation. Obviously, the 6-foot rule on a school bus is one that's very difficult to accommodate. So our committee did our best to ensure that the buses are safe, not only for the students, but as well as our employees. We're going to start with signage on the buses that will remind students of healthy habits as well as what the symptoms are for the virus. We will have hand sanitizer available on all the buses. However, it does need to be kept under the driver's control, not readily available to the students, but it will be on the bus and available if needed.
And the reason for that, could you share why we're having a driver hold it?
Well, the driver may not necessarily be holding it,
Yes,
but it'll be in
under his control. Could you share
Correct.
maybe why?
Yeah, it is a flammable product, and it is a.
I know, exactly, but I've had parents ask me, why aren't we letting it just
it is
sit?
a
And I said,
flammable
kids will eat it. And
Correct. It contains
so
alcohol
I think
and
it's a
it
good
is
point to make sure that parents know the kids will eat it if they are by themselves. So,
Mr. Crosby, just touch your microphone, and when the red light goes on, it's on. I don't think you're on.
It's a green light now, is that?
President Kaler, the microphones that are on the tables are a little bit different. I will turn mine around so you can see the green light that's on when it's on.
Just a little closer. So we're also recommending, due to the air conditioning systems on our school buses are by default 100% recirculated air throughout the bus, that we do lower some of the windows on the bus to allow additional fresh air into the vehicle. All of the buses will have the seats and handrails disinfected after each bus run. And again, that's using the product with a 5-minute kill rate using a garden type sprayer that would be applied to all the high touch areas in the seats. Masks are going to be required for the students, drivers, and aides, or anyone else that is in the vehicle. Our special ed bus drivers and aides will be provided a face shield to use in addition to their mask when they're in close proximity to a student. An example of that would be when they're securing a wheelchair or strapping them into a seatbelt. We will continue to have assigned seats on our buses and do everything we can to seat families together. And students will still continue to scan their bus pass or school ID on and off the bus. Lastly, something that does benefit us, at least this time of the year in Arizona, is the virus does die at 133 degrees after 15 minutes. So if we do park our buses with the windows up, they do get hotter than that, and that's just a secondary benefit to doing that. So I'd be happy to answer any questions or provide any additional information.
Mr. Crosby? There was a small concern that with the windows up and the door shut in a 133-degree bus, what are our precautions we're taking to make sure we don't forget about a student on the bus?
Great question. Bus drivers are actually required to walk the bus after every run anyway. And our buses in our fleet are equipped with an electronic device to where if the driver turns off the ignition and exits the bus before they go to the back of the bus and push a button, the bus horn starts honking and the lights flash, so it alerts others in the yard. So there is very little risk that that could happen.
Thank you for that.
Mr. Crosby, I just, this is not a question. I know that your team has been, over the past few months, doing different work than what they were hired and signed on to do. And they have passed out tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of meals and other things. So I should have probably emailed you to say thanks to your staff and to acknowledge all those people that, the best kind of people, you know, that pitch in and do what needs to be done when it needs to be done, and they've shown up, and a credit to your department.
President Kaler, members of the board, if I may, and Josh wouldn't want me to mention this, but I think it's important. Yesterday, Josh was part of a national call and was the school bus expert with over, close to 2,000 people chiming in to hear about and learn about the things that we're doing in Higley to keep students safe. And Josh is not only a leader in the state of Arizona, but a leader as far as school transportation nationally. So we're very fortunate to have him and appreciate that he does what he does. So just wanted to share that with the board as well, that he was on a national call yesterday as an expert on school transportation. The only one expert on school transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Crosby, for that. That's awesome. A quick question. So even on the bus, if our mask is lifted for Gilbert and Maricopa, we are still going to have a mandatory mask rule on our buses? Is that what this is saying?
President Kaler, members of the board, it's going to be extremely highly recommended and requested because we cannot physical distance on the bus.
Okay.
So, that's something we're going to...
Is that the wording that we're...
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just so parents understand, if they were just reading this, that...
Yeah,
it's gonna be
absolutely.
highly... I like your wording.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So it's requested, that all students, at anybody, when you cannot physically distance of 6 feet or more, it would be highly encouraged and requested that you wear a mask.
President Kaler, I just want to thank Mr. Crosby. I don't think a lot of people know these cleaners you have had for, 2 years now? So taking the health and safety of all of our students who ride our bus, that has been a forefront for you for several years. We have taken certain precautions because our buses, you're in close proximity. So I want to thank you for that you were already ahead of the game, because that is important for you and our drivers and our students. So I just want to thank you for already working on that, and it kind of makes this transition a little easier.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, for a couple of years we have been cleaning our buses, not to this degree, but we have been sanitizing them, particularly during cold and flu season. Mainly because there is a driver shortage and we want to keep our drivers healthy so they can get the students to and from school. So yeah, we're pretty familiar with the disinfectant and the process that we need to do.
That's awesome. I just want to say thank you, because I didn't know that we were doing that as a board member even. So I just want to say thank you, because that is really, really cool to know that we were already ahead of the game here. And that helps parents to know, like, hey, we are doing our part too. So thank you.
You mentioned to keep our bus drivers healthy. In this presentation this evening, is there going to be a section where Human Resources will be addressing some things? Okay.
We have our Human Resources will be coming shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Crosby.
Along the theme of facilities, we'll allow Dr. Fowler to talk about this as well.
Yeah, we had a big area. Again, I want to just reiterate thanks to all those members that were part of the 6 different task teams related to facilities. And, there's just a lot of moving parts. And in many ways, the 2 groups I'm talking about next are out there and trying things out for us and being very successful. So we have reopened limited rental opportunities. Our renters are having to follow very specific procedures and guidelines based on the CDC, which include new health screenings, not just for the employees, but also for the renters. Our community education rental team is checking on those, and those renters know that they have to follow those guidelines or their opportunity to rent would be removed. We've also increased the sanitation at those rentals before, after, and in some cases during, depending on the length of that. And so there's a lot of work that's been done with our community rentals, and the Higley Center for Performing Arts is preparing as well, and we'll have some more details about that facility as that develops.
President Kaler, members of the board, we have had some unfortunate rentals where some of the individuals renting have not followed the rules and compliances that we have set in place during COVID-19, and so you may hear from some of individuals that have been denied rental opportunities because they could not follow some of the physical distancing and some of the practices that we have. It's been unfortunate, but it's something that we wanted to do to keep our staff and community safe.
And I am 100% in supportive of that.
And finally, from our group, athletics and activities, we are following the AIA guidelines and the CDC guidelines. Checking and monitoring procedures are in place for the health of students, sterilization of equipment and facilities before and after, and a process where we're not sharing personal equipment. We're following the tiered stages that you've seen, and currently the athletics is at stage 3, which is allowing group training with physical distancing of no more than 50 students, provided they can socially distance. Inside, I believe that number is closer to 25 just because of the ability to do that. And we're following closely with the AIA guidelines, and we'll continue to monitor that and follow what the bigger group follows as well.
Yeah, we're going to transition to start talking about health services. So we have our district nurse, Jillian Fulton, here this evening to talk about the work she led with this group, which is an essential group, and crossed over all of us. I mean, there were crosses across all of these task forces talking, and this was one that we relied, in addition to facilities, was the health and safety. What does this look like? And how are we going to implement that in our schools? So she's here tonight to share a little bit of information. And again, more of this is going to be sent to families by the end of the week so that they can actually review this and see this for themselves.
President Kaler, members of the board too, I can't give enough kudos to Julian, our district nurse. She does have some certifications and some background and certificates that allow her to do some things that nobody else in the district can do, and that is working with the Arizona Department of Health Services and Maricopa County Department of Health Services, access to different things and able to make some of the phone calls and work with some of the HIPAA information that nobody else in the district can do. So we're very thankful to have her on our team.
Don't have a degree in microphones. Okay. Good evening, President Kaler, members of the board, our community, everybody here tonight. Again, I'm Jillian Fulton, the district nurse for Higley Unified School District. Tonight, I want to present some of the work to you that this Health and Safety Task Force has worked on, as well as a wonderful advisory board that we have that's put a lot of input into this work as well. The first slide here, we're talking about a lot of education for families, and that will include daily considerations to take. We have a need to know section that will follow this. Right now, we're looking at the HUSD Daily Family Health Screening Expectations. This is something that, this is twofold. This will be sent home to families as an expectation that will be done at home. This will also be posted in and around school for staff to reiterate to students and to talk about. We have, has your child experienced any of the following? Fever, or new onset or worsening cough, or shortness of breath, or new loss of taste or smell, or diarrhea, or vomiting. Close contact with anyone who has exhibited any of the above symptoms. Close contact with anyone who has tested positive for COVID-19. Close contact is defined as having close, within 6 feet, and prolonged, generally greater than 15 minutes, contact with a COVID-19 patient. If the answer is yes to any of the above, please keep your child at home and contact your school's health office. And again, these will be available online as well for families in the community to access. If you go, you have a folder, a gray folder, and inside there is a letter, and it starts with, "Dear HUSD parents and guardians." And on the very top of that letter, you'll see these daily considerations that I just went through. And below that, we have the need to know section. Those are things that we've recommended for families, staying informed about COVID-19 through resources such as CDC, the Arizona Department of Health Services, recognizing symptoms, being aware what those are and knowing, because sometimes we think we know what a cough is, but the difference is between, do we have allergies, or is that a new cough? Is that a new cough from my child? Sounds different. We're seeking medical advice by calling their healthcare facility, making sure that they're following up and keeping that communication open. Practicing and reinforcing good hygiene at home, washing our hands for longer than 20 seconds, coughing into our elbow, avoiding close contact. I know we want to give all of our friends a hug, but right now, let's, just talk to them from that distance. If your child is sick or needs to leave school, suggestions for families is to keep your child home. If they are sick, please keep them home. And we have contact your child's school administration or the district nurse with any concerns specifically related to COVID-19 and your child's health. Consider planning for alternate child care arrangements, have a backup plan in place, and please make sure all your contact information is always up to date so that we can reach you, when we need to, and that one is very important.
Going back to the theme of individual responsibility, there's going to be a culture shift on campus. It's also student awareness of how important you are in being aware of how you're feeling and keeping yourself and others safe. So awareness and ownership and responsibility of health is an important piece that will not only be a home piece, but an individual process and responsibility learning piece as well for all of our students. This one?
Yes. So then the next form that you will have is the HUSD COVID-19 exclusion guidelines. This is a form that I developed with information from every health government entity I can get my hands on right now, and this is where we're at. This form will be given to families when they are sent home, if their student is sent home in the health office with any symptoms, and this will guide them to facilitate coming back to school. If a family is given this form, I will know. I will have contact with them, my health aide at that school, that triangle. We will know. We'll be communicating where they're at, what they've done, if they've seen their doctor yet, if they were tested, how many days ago, and this will be a ongoing system to make sure that they can come back when they're healthy and able to do so.
Can I ask a quick question on that slide? With the negative, or the COVID-19 diagnosis with the negative lab test result, that we say they have to have at least 2 negatives within, or at least 24 hours apart or 10 days. The amount of time it's taking right now to get test results, that 10 days is going to come before they could get 2 negative test results. And so is that something that we're going to continue to look at? I mean, right now they're taking literally between 7 to 10 days to get 1 back, and if they're having to do 2, it's going to be longer than the 10 days.
Yes, Ms. Reese, you're right. And I think I look at all the guidelines every day to match up that we're still on the same line. And it's grown from 3 to 5 days. We've gone from 5 to 7, and now we're at 7 to 10. So I think that will grow, and we're going to have to adjust with that. And that's going to be on that paper. It's going to be adjusted, and that's what we're going to do, because I certainly wouldn't keep it at 10, right? And then they're not getting there, and then they think we don't have the updated information. So I'll keep changing as we go. It's very fluid, but every single day I check all of those guidelines to see where we're at and make sure we're still on those numbers.
Perfect. I hear you. It changes every day, and at one point you used to be able to get your results within 24 hours, and now it's just increased. So, and I don't know where it's going to go from there, but thank you.
To the point of ongoing monitoring of data, the number of cases, again, having a point person that's monitoring all of that so that we can adjust accordingly and respond appropriately is an essential component of the health and safety pieces that have been part of this protocol that we're working through.
And one quick question on the health and safety part as well. Can we look to have a specific identifiable place on our website that parents can go, like, they don't have to go look for it. They can click and say, this is my COVID-19 health and safety, where we can get this information right away and not have to navigate through our entire website trying to find it?
President Kaler, we'll definitely put something on our front page to go to for COVID-19 information. So right at the beginning, they'll know where to go for information on health and safety precautions and where they can find. We also want to make sure that we communicate very heavily with our parents and community about the symptoms and signs to not send students home or students to school if they have some of the causes of COVID-19. It's not the word I'm looking for. Some of the symptoms.
Because right now it's also really hard. A lot of it is strep throat, headaches. Well, fever, sore throat, headaches, most of the time equals strep throat, which they shouldn't be at school with either, but it's how do we identify and not panic anybody?
One of the things that will be part of the communication that goes to families at the end of the week are in the letter will be links to these things that are going to go right to that same web page where we'll go back to. So that way they'll be able to see it, it's on the website, and we'll be linking it in the letter.
Dr. Foley, I think this is fantastic. I think the absentee part of this, where you, earlier in the presentation, where you put that first and eased our minds with that, that's great, because before, when you had a little kid, kindergartners pick up colds.
Yep.
You can't keep them normally home for 10 days for a cold. So you have to tell them sometimes to buck up and it's time to go to school if they're not running a fever, if they're not experiencing some of those other symptoms. So to see that piece first was so helpful now to see this now and know that, they're all connected and that we don't want our kids coming to school with just a cold either. We want them to stay home, stay healthy, even if it's just a cold for those 10 days. It sounds like the message we're sending, and it's a very broad message, stay home if you don't feel well. And I really like the way you've put this. I like the presentation you've put together. I like the order you've put it in. It just makes it very easy for me as a parent to know, a little guy, they're sick, they're running a fever, or not a fever, they're running a runny nose and maybe a cough. Normally you would send them to school with that, right? Like most parents, that's a normal thing. Okay, well, you got a cold, move on. Now it's keeping them home. So I just appreciate that.
Thank you.
Dr. Foley, I want to compliment Jillian for working very closely with all the district nurses and the surrounding districts to make sure she's on par. They trade ideas, they go back and forth. And I think right now more than ever, we need colleagues that understand things in the way we do. She's not even supposed to be working this summer. And it's like every day she's here.
We need our nurses now more than ever, so thank you so much.
President Kaler, Vice President Reese, members of the governing board, good evening again, as well as our community members, our employees, and our families that are out there listening. You're going to hear a common theme tonight as it relates to thanking everybody and all their hard work that they've been doing, and I want to reiterate that because I don't think the amount of times that we talk about it tonight will do it any justice in the bigger picture. So I wanted to start off with that first. And I'll have another opportunity to talk a little bit more about some of those human resources things, Mr. Rotovich, that you're concerned about later, so we'll discuss through that. But I worked with Ms. Fulton in regards to, how do we identify or what do we do when there's a positive case response? And we'll talk about the flow charts here next in a minute. But what we also want to talk about, as Ms. Fulton mentioned, is that we're getting guidance from all across. We're getting guidance from CDC. We're getting guidance from the Arizona Department of Health Services. We're getting guidance from the Maricopa County. So we have to assess, what are we using, when do we use, and sometimes they reference one another, and sometimes their information is slightly different. As Ms. Fulton mentioned, she's checking it every day because we actually have seen changes from last week to Monday to today. So those are dynamics that are happening too, as this is fluid, the language that we're using and ever evolving in the bigger picture. But as we talk and move forward, we are going to reference the Arizona Department of Health Services quite often, because in terms of reporting, if there is a positive case, as a district, we need to report that, as well as Ms. Fulton, as the nurse, will be able to get information to confirm cases. And that will be important as we talk a little bit more throughout this presentation today. So as Dr. Fowler mentioned earlier in regards to a response team, we're utilizing individuals from the district in regards to individuals we're going to pull that have been part of other cleaning, sanitizing methods in the past, but to focus specifically on COVID if there's a need that needs to be activated, and we'll make sure that we go to those sites ASAP. I know we've seen mixed guidance in relation to the fact that, wait 24 hours before going to that spot. Hit the other spots first, then go back to that spot. But in terms of, and I'm using the word reasonable, you'll also hear some of my colleagues use the term comfortable today. I chose to use the word reasonable, and we talked a little bit about that, because what somebody's comfortability is not somebody else's comfortability. So we have to figure out as a district what can we reasonably do with all of our items, equipment, resources that we have in the bigger picture. And hopefully individuals understanding we're doing our best in that process. So as we go and move forward to the next slide, you'll see a flow chart in relation to if there is a positive COVID-19 case, how will we address that in the bigger picture? So you'll see on the top, it'll either be Ms. Fulton or myself who receive the information, and we could receive that information in multiple ways. We could receive it as a direct report from an employee or from a family member, or we may receive it through other information. The important part is how we communicate that out and how do we affirm that once we get that information. So you'll see in terms of that flow chart in the large umbrella is that if it's an employee, it'll get directed to human resources. If it's a student, it'll get directed to the district nurse. But we want to make sure that everybody's involved, from the site administrators to cabinet, and certainly to support services, to make sure that we can go out there and get things sanitized. Our next step, and what will be important, is that we address the Arizona Department of Health to confirm. And we think it's important that's only one point of contact, and Ms. Fulton has had a lot of contact with the Arizona Department of Health Services to this point, so we want to continue to have her be our resource, and that there isn't any confusion in the bigger picture. And then depending on what we hear from the Arizona Department of Health and what they say, we will then notify individuals as appropriate. We're working on behind the scenes additional letters and information. As Dr. Foley mentioned earlier and showed, we have lots of different subgroups, and the HR subgroup is working just as hard and diligently as all the other subgroups. And a lot of that stuff are behind the scene things that we aren't going to go into detail today, but we have ready for our administrators to help them understand our process, our procedures, help them understand how to respond to questions or concerns that come directed to them, and to respond in a manner that's consistent, or as consistent as possible, as well as is going to be, for lack of a better word, appropriate. And I say that because, you heard Dr. Thomason earlier talk a little bit about HIPAA. So we have HIPAA, we have FERPA, we have ADA, we have FMLA. So we have lots of other compliance things that existed before COVID and that still exist. So we have to make sure, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in the HR piece, is that we do the correct training for our employees and individuals as we are communicating. And I have said this before, and I'm going to take the risk and say this tonight. I'm scared. This is a big deal, and we probably won't get it right the first time. But our goal, just like with anything else, is that you learn from the first time or the second time, and you do better. And you do better in every which way you can. So we'll always make sure that we're touching base as a cabinet and a leadership team, as well as with our administrators at the various sites, to learn and to do better for all individuals involved, our employees as well as our families and our students. We'll also want to make sure.
Can I, sorry to interrupt you. Is this the time to ask you in reference to how are you as the HR director addressing our employees that are high risk, older employees and things like that? I mean, what do you have in this flow chart for coming back to school when you have older employees, you have, some health conditions? I mean, where is this conversation coming in to protect our employees before we even open up here?
That is a good question, Mr. Vertovich, and we are going to cover that a little bit later in terms of the information that we got, as Mr. Lotzenheiser mentioned, in terms of the employee survey. You'll see common themes of concerns from our employees, so we'll address that a little bit more at that point, which it's not too much further in terms of the presentation.
The question is on the flow chart here. Why don't we have a gatekeeper? I see you're at the top HR director and district nurse. This is a big school district. You have a lot of things going on. And when something happens that needs to jump into place, why don't we have a gatekeeper that steps in and says, okay, the classroom teacher's been notified, this is taking place, this form's done, kind of orchestrates everything that needs to be done, because you're wonderful, but you got a lot of things going on here. And we really need somebody that steps up to the plate and brings this all together, because if there is a positive in the classroom, there needs to be somebody who orchestrates this, gets the communication properly to all the families from that classroom, make sure that teacher, I guess the other question, maybe later or now, if we're going to quarantine that, that teacher, say, okay, you're going to be off for 2 weeks, are they going to have to use their own sick pay? Those are some of the questions. Either you're going to address it now, or if it's somewhere farther down the conversation. But I personally would be more comfortable with some type of gatekeeper here that brings all this together to make sure everything's in place. Because you're wonderful, but if you get one or two cases here in the district, how are we going to? I'm just
Mr. Witovich, I can help answer that question. Before, when we had Julian here, we said she had some specialized licenses and certifications. So one of those certifications and licenses allow her to be able to contact the Arizona Department of Health Services and the Maricopa County Department of Health Services. So what we want to be careful of is to make sure we don't get a bunch of rumor and speculation. With her certifications and licenses, she's able to call and confirm positive COVID cases. And so that's why Julian is the nurse that has to confirm that for us, instead of someone just reading it on the internet or someone saying that I have it, unless there's some kind of paperwork. And she has to be that filtering center so we don't break HIPAA laws. And so she's able to contact those county and state offices to make sure that we have a positive COVID case. After that, I hear you 100%, and then it needs to be disseminated out in a proper chain of command.
So who will be that person, the nurse at each one of those schools? I mean, who's going to be?
After a positive confirmation, then it goes to the cabinet and disseminated out appropriately, depending on whether it's an elementary school, a middle school, high school, if it's operations. It just depends on where and how the situation is laid out, because it could go several different directions.
So why wouldn't it be a good idea to have a person of contact at each one of our campuses that has procedures, what takes place, and so cabinet contacts them, then everything falls into place here. I mean, it just needs to be on each school needs to have a person who seems to be coordinating
Mr.
this.
Witovich, yes. Well, first, thank you for your kind words earlier. I appreciate it. But I would say we kind of have two gatekeepers to answer your question. We will have the site administrator, specifically the site principal, who will be the one who will coordinate at that site, or if it's a departmental issue, for example, transportation, we'll have Mr. Crosby as the transportation director. That's where you see that site administrator. And as Dr. Thomason mentioned, Ms. Fulton will be the communicator who will be that second gatekeeper with keeping all of the information. But the reality is we all have little different pieces to it. But I would say, if I had to answer your question the best I could, It's definitely the site principal or the administrator of the department and Ms. Fulton. There are two large gatekeepers that are going to help us keep everything together, communicate as necessary. And later we're going to talk a little bit more about training in terms of our next steps. I alluded a little bit to that earlier, and we'll have all of that step and process for them too. And I will talk more later, I think it's appropriate later when you see the themes of our concerns of our employees in regards to talking about the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, FMLA, ADA, and the resources that are there for our employees if something to happen to them directly or somebody they have to care for within their household, and what options there are there. Just one brief thing before we move on to the next slide, and that's primarily that we are going to keep the board informed. So as Dr. Thomason continues with his superintendent reports, we'll make sure that we give you general numbers and information. Again, as we talked about in terms of the compliance, we'll never talk about an individual's name. Sometimes the reality is individuals can figure that out just by self-selection, but it's important, and part of that training process, as we said, we will never confirm an individual, whether it's a student or an employee. We will just talk generally about those cases and make sure people are aware as a part of the process.
Mrs. Martins and Dr. Thomason, I guess this is a good time to bring it up too, that it's really important for our community to not be posting things that are not completely concrete truth, because that's going to send us into an absolute spin. And I know that, you know, kids are kids, and there's some community members that are maybe more nosy than other community members and whatnot, but it's really important that anything posted on social media that we see in neighborhood pages and whatnot is facts and not hearsay. So I just want to kind of throw that out there. It's really important, because I think I did send Dr. Thomason to a spin over the weekend, and and you know, we just need to be cognizant of that.
Absolutely. Just as you mentioned earlier, related to another agenda topic, you know, it can be a love-hate relationship with social media. A lot of things our nation, our population has benefited from, and a lot of things I think we've digressed in the bigger picture. But rumbling, rumor control, whatever you want to call it, will need to be addressed in the bigger picture. And what I hope is that everyone is going to give each other grace. They'll take a moment to pause before saying something or before reporting something that they don't know the answer to. And that's all we could ask for. You know, I think there's been a lot of campaigning through this process in regards to just kindness and what that means. And I know the town of Gilbert has that as one of their mottos. And I think we can, as community members ourselves and as employees and support individuals, just promote that in the bigger picture also. So in terms of the next slide, something that we learned about just on Monday in regards to the Arizona Department of Health Services is this notion of primary contact and secondary contact. For those of us who remember, some individuals who are listening might remember too, the whole concept of the 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon and what that means, right? So the Arizona Department of Health Services has a hotline, and an individual who has questions or believe they've been exposed or believe that they were a contact can call that hotline, and that hotline will give them guidance. And this particularly is going to matter for us because of the fact that we're going to have individuals as our state, as our city, as people travel more and reopen, as Dr. Foley, Dr. Thomason, many other of my colleagues have said, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And so when the when occurs, how do we manage it in a way that we can still continue procedurally with the things that we have to do to maintain our district, especially if there aren't any larger state directives that come, as well as being able to manage our employees in that process too, and our students. So one of the items that the Arizona Department of Health Services mentioned is that this primary contact. So you're an individual who was in contact with somebody to have a confirmed COVID case. And they're saying that you have to self-isolate for a minimum of 5 days if you have no symptoms. And so we'll put on there to contact human resources. And then there's this notion of secondary contact from the Arizona Department of Health Services. And that recommendation is that If you were in secondary contact and you show no symptoms, you can continue to be in your workplace. You just have to practice good hygiene, and that's the hand washing, the wearing the mask, the physical distancing, the hand sanitizing if the washing is not available. And we gave a specific example, and this is going to happen where if there's a member of my household who was exposed to somebody at their place of employment with a confirmed COVID case, and they were advised to self-isolate at home, I'm around them, what do I do? And I actually called the hotline number again today to make sure that the guidance was the same, and the guidance says, if you're a secondary contact, you may return to work again with the good hygiene practices. So that's a new piece of information that we made sure to add to our FAQs that will be going out to our community so they have that knowledge in this process.
President Kaler, members of the board, we know that one of the most controversial issues we have going on right now is masks. To mask or not to masks. So currently, we're all required to mask due to the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors requirements for masking. The other issue that we may have is that we live in a school district that is in 3 municipalities, Mesa, Gilbert, and Queen Creek. We know that before Friday, before Maricopa came out with their regulations, that Queen Creek and Gilbert were not on the same page. But we want to let you know that the district is one Higley Unified School District, and if Gilbert requires us to mask, we will mask. Okay, so that's just one thing that I wanted to make sure that we're aware of and get out there. And even if we're not required to mask by the town of Gilbert or the town of Queen Creek or the Maricopa County, then it would always be highly encouraged and requested. So administratively requested and highly encouraged to wear a mask if you cannot physically distance 6 feet or more. And so we want to make sure we continue that song and dance just to keep our community safe.
Dr. Thomason, please continue on that because it's of the utmost importance for our staff. You know, if families choose not to have a mask, but please, it's up to, be safe for our staff here, okay?
Absolutely, absolutely. But we also want to make sure that we do it with the utmost care and compassion too. We recognize that there are a lot of people in a lot of different areas, and so we will continue to highly encourage and request that they wear masks. We know that within our school district that physical distancing will not always be possible. It's just something that's not going to happen. If you're currently going to the grocery store or Costco or Walmart, it's not happening in those places either. And so we know as a school district, if you're expecting that from the Higley Unified School District, I think that would be impossible to say that we would have a physical distance of 6 feet between students or staff at this time. And we just wanted to make sure we put that out there. But we do have the safety and sanitations, increased cleaning supplies and protocols throughout the district. Our warehouse is full. And then, we have the universal district-wide health and safety signage that's going up at all our schools. We will have the 6-foot markers at all of our schools. We're going to have signage at all of our schools. At all the doors when you come in, there'll be the health and safety protocols. There'll be the training videos that we have for staff and students. And we'll continue to clear and consistent communication with our communities and let them know what those protocols are. And we don't want to just train our students. We want to train our community for the health and safety of everybody. And so we will continue doing all of that within the Higley Unified School District.
Thank you for that. I know that in the community that I've heard a lot of things is talking about mask shaming and how we need to also educate our students that will not be tolerated in Higley Unified School District. Whether you are wearing a mask or not, or your family's choosing to not wear a mask, that is not going to be tolerated in our schools. And I know that is a concern for many of our parents and children. And so I want to make sure that we address that in this conversation of masks.
Yep. President Kaler, members of the board, we want to love all of our community, all of our students, all of our parents, and we understand that everyone's in a different spot. Even though from the district standpoint, we want to highly encourage and request the masks, we know that some people aren't there. And we still accept them as part of our Higley community and Higley family and do education and training with everybody but we know that everyone's in a different spot. We cannot judge others. We don't know if they're at home with an 85-year-old grandparent. We don't know if they have a health or safety, a risk that is not visible to us. They could have asthma, they could have diabetes, they could have underlying health, immunity issues. So we need to very respectfully care for their choices to wear masks.
You know, that's going to be, interesting topic because, as I said earlier, if in reference to the mask, if you have a teacher that's a high risk and, and you have some students that just don't want to wear masks just because, I know we're going to have to cross that bridge in reference to that because it's about the safety. And as I've said, as a family who has a COVID survivor, my perspective is entirely different than these other people that think that they don't need to wear a mask. It's somebody else's. But if they were a family of a survivor, their opinion would be totally different. And that goes back to my whole thing in reference to peanut allergies. When you have a classroom and you would have a child in a classroom that is allergic to peanuts, we don't have peanuts in that classroom. So, I mean, we come together as a community to get through this with kindness. So that's for another day, another topic, but you understand where I'm coming from on this, so in reference to this. So.
And Mr. Witovich, I totally respect that, and I know where you've come from, and I know it's been a difficult road, and yet we do live in a community that there's many people that are very anti-mask, and they are very adamant that they will not send their child back to school. And so you've got those kids that are going to have that influence, and so we need to make sure that we are caring for all of our students. Like I said, in the mask shaming either way, it just can't be tolerated because I don't think our kids aren't going to be able to.
I understand that part too, but it's also our responsibility to keep our staff safe too. We have teachers. I mean, we have to look out for our teachers on this. It's not about I'm going to wear a mask or not to wear a mask, but if I have a teacher that has some health conditions and has a family member that's 90 years old, I mean, we can discuss this later with the superintendent, not tonight, but that's my concern. Okay,
and I get it, and I totally understand
that you don't want to wear a mask, but I'm talking about a teacher that has some health issues, and because somebody has this little attitude, okay? And like I said, I'm a totally different perspective because I have a family survivor, so my perspective is totally different on this. So, but we can have this conversation later on that.
Thank you, Mr. Witovich. One of the most important things that we haven't discussed yet, and that is the education of our students. So right now, we're going to transfer to something a little bit different. We know we've been talking about a lot of health issues, a lot of safety issues, a lot of precautionary issues, but what are we? We are an educational institution. It seems like in a lot of areas we've forgotten about that. So I'm very proud to turn it over to some of our educational experts. And so at this time, we're going to turn it over to take a look at our elementary model task force. Go ahead, Dr. Foley.
We're excited to have this part because, again, going back to, you mentioned it earlier, when we survey families, they want to have an understanding with this information, what decision do I make? And so we're going to transition to talk, what does the elementary model look like that we are, as we transition back and prepare for starting school. So a lot of work has been done at the elementary and secondary level, and we're going to have Jeff Bickle from Bridges and Kelly Papke from Cortina, who were the co-chairs of this group, share the work and provide some information at this time. I gotta get clicking.
I'm going to move this closer because I tend to have a softer voice. Good evening, President Kaler, members of the board, cabinet. Thank you for allowing us to be here this evening. As Dr. Foley mentioned, Jeff and I had the opportunity to co-chair the instructional task force. And one of the things that I think was a great aspect of this team is that the members of our committee consisted of a variety, a diverse group of people. So we had teachers as members, we had instructional coaches, assistant principals, and so this allowed us to, as we were looking at the three models that you'll see up there, it allowed us to view each of those models through different perspectives and lenses from the various aspects of people who are in the building.
And so with that being said, our number one task with our group was to establish norms that unleash that creativity, because we had some fantastic minds on our team. We had 14 people, and we wanted them to know that everybody's voice counts, everybody's voice matters, and in reality, we have 3 blank slates that we need to paint. We need to paint a clear picture of what each reality looks like if we were to go down that road. And so we put a lot of time and effort and energy into this. Aside from creating the documents, there was a lot of research, a lot of reading, a lot of familiarizing ourselves with the ADE documents and the different models that different states are putting out, different districts are putting out in our state. And so, again, there were a lot of hours, an immense amount of time that was put into this, and we're very thankful for our team members in doing so. And so, within the 3 models, we looked at ideas for implementation based on scheduling, arrival and dismissal, transitions, lunch and breakfast, what does inside the classroom look like, recess, specials, parent communication, remote learning, and emergency drills and procedures. And so aside from the implementation, we also had a column for further considerations and questions. Because the reality is, like it's been mentioned multiple times today, this is going to be a fluid working document as we approach the start of the school year. We've laid a lot of good groundwork in front of us, though, that we can work off of, but there's definitely still a lot of work to do. So the beauty of this work is no matter what happens mid-year, things are changing rapidly. But if we need to flip on a dime, we can. We have the ability to run down a different path if needed with some thoughts laid out. And so with that, let's transition to the next slide.
So these next pieces that you're going to look at, this is going to give you a glimpse and a summary. It kind of highlights the key elements for each of the models. So the in-person learning, I know there's a lot of bullet points there. We looked at kind of going from the beginning of the day, as Jeff had mentioned, all the way through, what are all of the pieces to consider, the logistics to consider within that. So starting with the in-person learning model, this would be the most typical day that students are used to. It would be a 5-day week with our Wednesdays, being early dismissal. As we've talked a lot about this evening, we would have those preventative safety protocols in place. This would begin not just with our cleaning, our custodial staff, and all of that, but as was mentioned with the masks and the awareness of different situations that people have at home. We are going to be teaching our students what those protocols are going to look like as far as distancing goes, as far as hand washing, material usage, and all of those pieces. So teachers normally at the beginning of the year spend that first week very heavily teaching procedures and routines and things like that. So this will be encompassed within those processes.
I'm assuming some social and emotional will be happening there too, with just
Yes.
coming back from such a long break. I think we'll call it an extended break at this point, that there will be some nervousness and some fear, and that are our teachers ready and trained to know how to do that?
And thank you for mentioning that, Ms. Wilson. That is actually something that is addressed in the model here. We have recognized, with everything going on, with the time away from school and all of the things going on in our world, the need for that social emotional learning component. And so we are in the process of looking at some different programs to incorporate.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No,
I'm sorry
you're
that I
fine.
didn't get it on that The slide is very small, and I'm
It is.
definitely...
There's a lot on there.
I'm reading it all, but it is very, I'm definitely moving my fingers and pinching, so thank you for addressing it and pointing out exactly where I missed it. So thank you.
Okay. And then we looked also, our committee looked at modifying our processes for arrival and dismissal. And so in order to prevent large numbers of students from congregating together and having that commingling and contact, we discussed having students, when they arrive to school, reporting directly to their classrooms, which would be a different process than what they're used to. Our dismissal processes would vary from school to school just because of the structures and how many buses and all of that. But those are things that, as administrators, we will be working together to discuss and figure out what that's going to look like on our campuses, whether it be a staggered dismissal or family groups going at certain times. And so those are processes that are still being discussed. And then as far as our classrooms, the social distancing, we are going to provide that distancing as much as possible. We have, looking at different classroom structures, there are going to be probably pieces of furniture that we're going to have to get creative in order to make sure that we are distancing students as much as possible. So whether that be removing furniture that isn't necessary at the time, temporarily taking that out in order to be able to allow for that distancing to occur within the classroom. We also are, as we talked about, we're here to educate students, and so we are going to have that focus, that instruction will be in the core content areas with a focus on those essential standards to make sure that our students are mastering those essential standards, along with realizing that in Q4, we had a totally different learning environment, and so we are going to address those gaps that are going to be present from that Q4. And then, as mentioned, that social emotional support will be provided to students. And as you'll see with the online portion, we are going to be, as Dr. Foley had mentioned, for those families who are choosing to remain at home for the time being, that learning opportunities will be provided to them. Distancing processes will be in place for our breakfast, all our meal services, so our breakfast and our lunch, as well as recess and transitions. And so we will have in our cafeterias markers so that students know where, if they're waiting in line for their food or to get into, different areas of the campus, they'll have markers where they know where to stand. Our cafeteria, as far as lunch goes, the benches will be facing in one direction. We'll have students spaced out. We, depending on the campus, we have some schools where it's, multi-purpose room is used for both lunch and for PE. And so depending on what your structures are, you may or may not be able to utilize additional space in order to be able to separate groups of students and have that distancing occur. Specials, we discussed specials and being able to offer those to students as normal with modifications, obviously, for safety. And so realizing, when students go to art, they're using a lot of the same materials and things, music, that type of thing. So we talked about if I'm a music teacher and I'm using the xylophones or the bells, I am not going to use those same materials for that next group of students coming in. We'll have to have a different plan in place for them with different materials so that there is not that cross-contamination going on. We also discussed for art the possibility of perhaps having students bring their own, if it's colored pencils that they're using that day or markers, having them bring those materials with them so that they are using their materials and it's not community supplies.
What about band? Did you guys discuss band at all, or was it not even discussed?
Band was discussed, but what specifically?
I've heard people say band is like, they're spitting on things. I don't know. I'm not a band person. Christina,
Well,
you
I've
got
heard
any
the
thoughts
same-
on this? I've had
No,
somebody ask me a question about band. I'm like,
No,
I
I
have no
had-
idea, but the presentation will probably go over it. So I don't know I'm not a band person. It's not
Well,
my.
I've had
No, yeah, that's a
several questions about are the electives going to still occur? I know Power Ranch has a wider variety of electives that they offer versus the other elementary schools. Not only that, but again, band, the spitting out of, I'm not a band person either, but also choir. Choir was also brought up to my attention, that choir, they're very concerned how choir is going to look. So those are those questions that I'm hearing out in the community from teachers and students and parents. So I don't
And they
know.
won't be able to wear their mask during band, I would assume, if you're playing an instrument that requires your mouth. Christina, again, I feel like you should pipe in here with some help.
There are masks for instruments that you can put a mouthpiece through, so like it's through, the mask is on the outside of the mouthpiece because that's typically not where the sound comes from. So, I mean, there are things that you can do, and I'm sure our high schools and middle schools will be happy. They're still playing, and they're making it work, and I know it's different than a classroom, for littles, but typically, what is it, 6th grade that does the option of band, but there are things. Choir is a little more difficult because it's all your mouth. So I don't know what an option for that would be, but I mean, we have talented music teachers and choir instructors who can, this is being talked about across the nation, across the world, because people don't want the music to stop, for sure. So.
So one of our committee members is actually an orchestra teacher, and that was brought up. And so we talked about band specifically. The instruments, those kids use their own instrument, so there's not sharing of the instruments minus, is it percussion? Would that be the drums? Okay, so, sorry.
But those
yeah.
are
I apologize, but that would be the area that we would need to focus on, sanitizing before
those can be sanitized.
sharing of those instruments.
I just had heard it from the community, like, well, are we gonna offer band? I'm like, really have no idea. I will find out for you and make sure it's addressed. So I feel like at this point, it could be addressed here, so I think that's a good answer. I'm glad there's a mask. I had no idea that there was such a thing. Now I'm gonna have to Google afterwards, so cool. Thank you.
They're not, but they're there, or you can make a transition mask to put a mouthpiece through, so.
Obviously, we'll be working with the teachers because how they structure the space, the place, and the instruction is going to look a little different, but the goal is to provide the opportunity and accommodate with reasonable precautions in place.
Okay, so moving on with the next bullet point, some of our schools have dyads, triads, and departmentalization, and so that was something that we discussed because we want to limit the movement of the students and exposure to different spaces and things like that. We talked about having the teachers move with their materials as opposed to having those students move, and that would limit some of those transitions as well. Devices and supplies, as we talked about, we want to make sure that as much as possible, those materials are provided to individual students to prevent that sharing. We want to limit, again, we're using a community bucket of things, and so being able to provide those things and not having students sharing books, computers, those types of things. If we do have a need for, a student to use a computer after another, we would have those cleaning protocols in place to make sure that those items are cleaned and sanitized prior to someone else using them.
Can I ask you a question? Whose responsibility is that? Who's going to be doing the cleaning?
We talked about with our additional custodial staff, that is something that we're looking at scheduling for, periodic cleanings, whether it be between specials classes, between those major transitions, to allow for that staff to go in and clean. And individual student needs will continue to be addressed, whether it be special education needs, 504, gifted, and EL services. We would like to continue providing those additional interventions to students who are needing that as well, with that distancing as much as possible to keep everybody safe. And as far as grading goes, we are looking to continue with those accountable grading practices, making sure that we are providing feedback. I think one of the biggest things is going to be that communication with this, and so communicating to students very clearly, communicating with parents, what those rubrics are going to entail, and just keeping that line of communication open, having those reasonable timelines, and then also being considerate of the fact that if, a student becomes sick, or, making sure that we are flexible with those due dates, allowing students to make work up. And the next item is addressing Canvas, which Dr. Foley had talked earlier about. We had the opportunity before school dismissed for the summer to provide some initial training to all of our teachers to give them some exposure. This platform is going to be very beneficial in the event that we have to transfer back to online learning if the schools are closed, but it will allow us that flexibility. We plan to have teachers incorporate that as much as possible, integrate that with their teaching in person, so that students are familiar if we do have to switch and pivot over to a different type of learning structure. Students and families have that familiarity with that platform. I did mention the training with teachers. We also have ambassadors, 2 ambassadors from each site, who have spent the summer learning and becoming more familiar with the platform, so that they will be available as some additional support at each campus. We've also discussed the return of teachers and providing some additional training within the Canvas platform to allow them to continue with becoming more comfortable and familiar with that usage. So I think this is going to be a key component to allow us to be able to offer learning at any point in time.
The other piece, going back, Board Member Wilson, when you mentioned that if a student is out, this is one of the ways that we can help make sure there's the same place to go, so that we don't fall behind and that we can communicate and connect with our students. So again, this is going to be the integration of the technology, and a common place to go is going to be something that is long-term for the paradigm shift learning in the Higley School District. And we've learned a lot, and we're only going to get better at how we use it, not only when we're in person, but also for remote learning when needed.
Thank you. And the final bullet point there just addresses that we will be offering modified extracurricular activities to students, because I know that that is something that is important to our community as well. And so with those safety protocols in place and allowing that to occur and continue as much as possible.
So the short version of the hybrid is it's essentially that all students in the building, protocols, procedures, logistics in place with a variation in the schedule. So at any given point, we would have half of our students on campus and half of our students at home learning remotely. And so within our committee, we hashed out pros and cons for various models. We're not limited to these 3 that we have up here on the board. There are so many different variations out there that if we were to pivot in this direction at some point, we would probably need to hash that out. What way do we want to go? Which model truly benefits our community the most? So the 212, that would be 2 days. So cohort A, let's say, would be in class 2 days a week. 1 day of the week would be completely remote for all cohorts, and then 2 additional days that week would be cohort B in class. So, and that could look like a Monday, Thursday for cohort A, or a Monday, Tuesday. That could be a Tuesday, Friday for cohort A, or vice versa. So 2-3-3-2 was 2 in, 3 out, and then those 2 cohorts would flip-flop the next week. And then AB was 1 week in with cohort A, cohort B learning remotely. The next week would be cohort B in class with cohort A learning remotely. There's also an AM/PM model. So there's a plethora of options to choose from should we go in this direction at any point. But again, the main keys here are consistent with what Ms. Papke just described. Canvas, again, would be utilized for the online learning components. And I want to emphasize that professional development on all campuses will be definitely hitting on Canvas very hard this year, just in terms of supporting our teachers, making sure they have enough time to play with the tool, familiarize themselves with the capabilities, and having the ability to plan with their peers and just discuss best practices and whatnot. We need to support our teachers, and time and just focusing on what's truly important this year is going to be emphasized.
President Kaler, members of the board, you can see we have lots of different opportunities for hybrid models, and we don't know what that might look like. But one thing we did discuss that we're definitely in favor of is keeping families together. So if you have brothers and sisters that are on the same schedule as you are, that would be best for families and best for a community.
Dr. Thomason, can I just ask on the hybrid model, and I know that's kind of just out there at the moment, what is the health benefit to that? What is the health benefit to it? How does that really, from a safety perspective? And then what is the benefit and the harm educationally?
Vice President Reese, that is something I would definitely have to do more research on, but I can give you my unprofessional, biased opinion would be that we limit the number of students in a class for more physical distancing. So that would be, off the top of my head, what I would say that would be the benefit that I could think of at this time would just be half the students on a campus at the same time. So if we did have an outbreak, it wouldn't affect the entire population of a grade level. It would just affect half the population of a grade level. But that is my my unprofessional opinion at this time.
We can talk about the online
We're gonna,
component.
Yep.
Yes,
Okay.
we'll switch over to the last section here for the online. And this is kind of twofold because, as we mentioned, there may be families who are choosing to stay home. And so this model could work for if schools are closed. And then this will also be the plan for those students who are opting to learn from home at the start of the year. So it would continue to be a typical 5-day week. With perhaps modified Wednesdays to allow for office hours for teachers to interact with their families, having still maybe teaching for half a day and then offering in the afternoon portion that time to have those office hours or collaborate with peers virtually. Devices and hotspots we discussed would be something that would be a need, as we did in the fourth quarter. having that instruction again being in that core content area with the focus on those essential skills and mastery for those essential skills. Continuing as we would in the classroom with that social emotional support, especially given the fact that they would be continuing to be out of the classroom and perhaps dealing with some additional circumstances that would impact that social emotional aspect. Offering specials through the Canvas platform, and so they would still have an opportunity to have access to that curriculum from home. And then one of the things that we had talked about, as Ms. Richards mentioned, with kind of the quality of the instruction that was being offered in our fourth quarter, and increasing that to provide more opportunities for those live interactions with students and their teachers, to have the increased engagement opportunities through Canvas. That platform also provides some different ways for students to be more interactive with their peers as well as with their teacher, and so those are some things that we would weave into the learning. Again, having those accommodations provided to students, supporting those gifted learners, the ELL and special education. So those things would still continue. We also discussed having small group live sessions so that teachers could have more of that individualized support for students that are needing that. And then again, as we said, Canvas would be that primary platform, and the way that teachers would communicate with families, with students, having those assignments and those weekly updates within the platform. And then as far as our grading practices, this was something that would be a variance from the fourth quarter, so they would be accountable to the work with that clear communication, those rubrics being provided, and making sure that our students know what's expected, our parents know what is expected of the students.
So you'll notice,
go ahead.
So you'll notice that there's a difference from ending the year instantly to beginning learning in this platform, a true online instruction component to this. So this will be different. There will be differences than what we experienced at the closure of the year in the kind of instruction, the amount of instruction, and the grading and assessment of that instruction. So again, it's important to know that when families are going to be asked to decide what is it you are wanting, the in-person or the online, with the understanding that you have the flexibility, and what you've heard is that there's been some intentional thinking of, if there is for any reason the need, or as things change, as they tend to be happening, that we may be flexible in what that might look like in the face-to-face version.
Dr. Foley, that's exactly what I wanted to reiterate, is just that parents know that when they sign up, if they're thinking online, it's not going to be the online of fourth quarter last year.
Nope.
It is going to be the expectation much higher.
Yep.
And so I appreciate you making that very clear.
Well, and we have a common learning platform, because we went literally on spring break not knowing that we wouldn't return, and students then had to engage in a way they had never had, may have never had the opportunity to do. So there will be a learning opportunity here for all of us.
Right, and some people I know that struggled a little bit with Teams. I think Teams was one of the options out there, and that was really kind of confusing. So getting everything into Canvas sounds magical.
Thank you.
So, Dr. Foley, I want to acknowledge all of the administrators. They've all stepped up and worked all summer. Kelly and Jeff signed up to lead, and if you saw on that one slide, 60 plus hours of work. So, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
And you guys have been here an extra 4 hours tonight. So.
Yeah, rack it up.
It's our pleasure.
Overtime. Oh, that's right.
And I will, as elementary transitions out, secondary is coming in, and I want you to know that initially when we sat down, their slideshow was more than these slides. So again, they're giving you a snapshot, a big vision, but there's a lot more information that we'll be providing, so families have them. Thank you.
Can I just say something while both secondary and elementary are here? you've done a wonderful job here this evening in our presentation thus far. And I think it's so important for you as administrators to understand the positive leadership that we need in our school district. The students are going to be watching you. The parents are going to be watching you. And all these things you've done are wonderful. And we need to be doing this across the district. Okay, so thank you for what you're doing. I know you're going to be positive leaders out there, but it's what we need so much today is we need positive leadership and guidance. So you guys are going to be the role models on the front line. So I thank you for what I've seen today, and I know we're going to do a great job.
And can I just piggyback off that, please? I agree, and also consistency. It's going to be, we're going to be held, well, this school's doing it, and that school's doing that, and that consistency is going to be so crucial moving forward. But yes, I echo your remarks. Thank you, Mr. Witovich.
And to acknowledge what you've both said, what's beautiful is our amazing leaders in Higley have been on these committees being part of building this so that they can be part of instrumentally leading this, and that's something we're really, really proud of. We are really fortunate to have amazing leaders and teachers in this district, and they are showing it. So, yes, thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Our secondary team is sitting. We have Mr. Steve Tannenbaum from Williamsfield High School and Miss Tommy Bird, who is a new dean at Higley High School. Yeah, we're so happy for her.
Good evening, there we go. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, cabinet, and Dr. Thomason. Ms. Bird and I had the great opportunity of tackling our 3 instructional models. I can say our committee, we were so proud of the work that they put in, the 50-hour plus time of the leaders that took place in this, the creation of a subcommittee of teachers to review the work that we were doing and components of that. And at the end of our presentation, an extra subcommittee of advisory that had different teachers as well as stakeholders to review the work and provide guidance and feedback. That collaboration process was so important. It provided multiple perspectives. It gave us perspectives for teachers that had also students within the district from the elementary side all the way to the high school, asking questions of looking for consistency across the board if they do have a child that is in elementary, middle, or high, as many of our families do within our district. And that was a very important piece for us. So that collaborative process was outstanding. So I can't thank our groups, our subcommittees, our advisory committees, and the amount of feedback that they provided in such a short, jam-packed time that we had to go over this process. As Dr. Foley mentioned, we're giving a brief overview of what this looks like for us. We have much of a similar model and tackled the same problems and issues and created solutions that the elementary school did, but we'll be providing a different view for you since you were able to view the one view of the elementary. But please know Ms. Bird and I are happy to answer all specific details and questions as we provide this overview of this tonight. As we dove into this, and took our presentation from 60 to 60 different slides to what you'll see tonight. We used multiple documents that the Department of Education was putting out. We brainstormed, we got together, we looked at other states, we communicated with friends that we had as administrators across the state as well, and in the collaborative process there. And in our first 4-hour brainstorming meeting, we came across reviewing what the fourth quarter looked like for us last year and looked at what was positive and what were areas of refinement. And as we came through that process, the glaring piece for us was Canvas. We at the secondary, many teachers were very comfortable with Canvas, the approach of Canvas uploading, but the consistency across the board from one teacher to another teacher, from one campus to another campus, as some of you may know, was a struggle. And really thinking about the end user being the student, the parent, and of course the teacher from an administrative side of things, that it has to be a collaborative approach and there has to be consistency and uniformity no matter what, so that our models that we created, if we have to pivot in the ever-changing environment we're in, the Canvas platform is not confusing. It is consistent no matter if I am at Sossaman to Higley or Cooley to Williamsfield. That platform is there and is easily accessible and seen, and even to the fine details of how assignments will be created and how they will be communicated from a platform of Canvas and over to Parent View into Synergy, the specific details of what that will look like and the expectation that it'll be across the board through the secondary model.
I would just like to mention in reference to the Canvas, it's very important. I'm glad we're doing it now, is because when you get to the universities here in Arizona, it's expectation to know Canvas. So I'm glad we're on the same page as that. So thank you.
And Mr. Witovich, think about our littles that might be experienced Canvas in kindergarten or first or second grade, and now by the time they get into high school and college, they could teach the Canvas class back to our new teachers.
I appreciate hearing that there's going to be some consistency. I think that was a word I heard you use, and I think that's a great word across the board, that we're going to have some consistency among classes. Some of us experienced it as having teenagers at our high schools, and I think consistency is a great piece, and I'm excited to see that.
Ms. Bird, you'd like to take them through?
Nope, there it is. Sorry. This is an example of what one of the home pages will look like. This is Williamsfield. And so basically, regardless of what class you're in or what school you're at, the secondary classroom on Canvas will look like this. We have different buttons for the different schools, so it can be spirited for the kids. But basically, it just helps students and parents to know exactly where to go for announcements, how to get a hold of your teacher, where your assignments are. They won't have to go digging and looking in different places for what they need to do. So first and foremost in our minds as we were looking at the models that we're going to share tonight is, one, the fact that we want to keep the integrity of the kids' education. We want to make sure that this is still a rigorous learning environment, standards-based education. We don't want to lose any of that, but on the other side was that emotional wellness piece. And this was something that caused a lot of problems and stress for parents and students, as they just didn't understand where to go, which, of course, we didn't have a lot of time to plan for when we closed, but now we do. And so we have the systems in place to train teachers, to train students, to train parents, and to make sure that what they see, like you guys said, is consistent across the board. So that was really important to us.
So this will be the answer page. So if I'm a student and I don't have a clue about Canvas or a parent, this is where I go to get the answers of how to even set up a Canvas?
We will actually, the teachers will set the pages up and they'll go through that first week with students. They'll make sure that the kids know exactly where to go, how to get the information.
Okay.
So there will be some training for them.
Will we do like a Canvas night like we did? Higley High had one. It was like back to school night or something like that, and they had a Canvas night for the parents. Will we have something like that offered? I don't know how we can even do that with social distancing protocols. I'm not sure how that.
You can have an online tutorial.
We can have, we've learned an awful lot about how to do things effectively virtually now in a way that, and once we do it that way, then we can actually record it so it's utilized multiple times, and we've even gotten better at how to do it. We've learned a thing or two about how to do this even better, which will change how we do instruction, which is a positive.
Sure, the colleges all have online tutorials, so you just go to the page to see how I do this, how I set things up. So it might be a good idea for us to do an online tutorial, so we wouldn't need to come and do a presentation on that.
Yeah, we have quite a few videos already that our teachers have put together, so we're getting ready for that.
One of the things I think we learned through this is that if there are things we can do actually better, more effectively virtually, so that what we do together and in person is more meaningful than trying to do it all in person. So that's a thing we've learned, a positive opportunity we've learned.
The modules too will be the same. So one of those pieces, those elements that are consistent is the concern we heard is, where do I go to find my lessons or my instruction for that week? Well, when we focus all out of modules and the way that the modules are labeled, as well as Q1, quarter one, week one, date and topic, those pieces and elements make that easy transition for parents to view. Maybe I was out sick throughout this week. What week was that? It was week 2. What topic was I covering? It was this. And that as well matches what they'll see as a grade and synergy to review those pieces. And so, and as mentioned before, we have tutorials already built. We're compiling them and deciding where they'll be on pages for parents to see. And that piece goes into some of our communication elements and expertise that we're going to need to provide all of our families.
Mr. Tannenbaum, Ms. Byrd, so I'm just going to throw this out there. I don't want us to get too terribly sidetracked, but I hear what you're saying about consistency. I mean, large part of my actual paid job is some of this stuff, and so there's consistency in telling people what the expectation is. But do you or Mr. Lotzenheiser, like, do you have access to look at all these teachers? I mean, I'm a trust but verify kind of person, so I'm envisioning worst case scenario, we're all stuck at home again. Who's checking to make sure? I'm not saying like police, but just to be sure. I mean, we told you, yes, we told you, but are you actually doing it? Do you guys have access to log in and do that?
We do. It's a great question. Yeah, we do have access to review those. And we actually went through on our campus and had conversations to support our teachers that were possibly still struggling. And then we have campus experts that we would help to provide them the expertise that they would need for their specific class. So we do. We all, and that's part of our flow chart as an administration, is the group of teachers that we oversee is we help to support as well in Canvas education. So our administration team have learned more about Canvas than we ever had before, from an outside view of not even using it in the classroom.
What did our mother say about necessity is the mother of invention? The fabulous thing here is that there is also the ability in Canvas for multiple levels of users so that you can view and see, and administrators have the ability to be in every one of the teachers' Canvas courses for consistency.
Also, during fourth quarter, teachers worked really well together within their PLCs to share lessons and to share ideas. And there's a place called Canvas Commons where they can actually upload entire classes and someone else can download it onto their page. So there's a lot of support from within, I think, as well, so that there's not as much policing that needs to happen, although I agree, definitely need to have that too. But teachers were very, very supportive in helping each other out during quarter four. So
those Canvas ambassadors we talked about, and those teachers are also building model courses, so that as we begin to build that library, you have common courses that can be utilized. So we take the very best of the best and can share when we're teaching similar courses. So this is another positive opportunity that we're going to continue to build on.
The parent communication side of things is parent communication as well as student communication. Within the first 2 weeks of school, there's ambassadors in each of our different subject areas that will train, and they already created PowerPoint that will take students through how do I get to my HUSD email, how do I log into Canvas, what do I do to troubleshoot, who do I contact if I need support. All of those elements are all part of our now beginning process for the year. We generally go through those, but the speed and emphasis of where that comes, if we have the opportunity to start back, will be first and foremost, so that students understand that platform. We have troubleshooted the questions, and then of course the clear, transparent communication out to families regarding the steps that were taking place in the classroom to prepare their students for success, and that continued communication of reopening details, safety protocols, and guidelines that the district has created for us. It's not just a one-time communication. It is constant, correct communication will build confidence and consistency across our district and, of course, across our campuses. So that weekly communication from myself and the other side administrators is key as we continue to navigate the ever-changing environment that we're in. So on-campus instruction, I can tell you, walking campus today, I miss kids. I miss our classrooms full, and I miss our students around. The opportunity for us to be on campus is a challenge, of course, but one that our community seems to want, and we will continue to adjust and evaluate as we travel through what on-campus learning would look like, in the hope to be back in the new normal with new and improved safety procedures that we'll be putting in place. One of the elements, of course, is, and this takes place with all teachers, but the increased focus on building relationships. We always strive for that. We always look to build authentic connections, making our students feel connected, feel safe, feel that they belong to a community. And sometimes that process, it takes time. It takes time to build that. But that reemphasis of that piece, I think, is very easy for us to jump onto, because we talk to our students about appreciating the moment they're in, that high school is not supposed to be a sprint, middle school is not supposed to be a sprint. It can be a marathon of learning and opportunity. And so many times we're anxious to move on to our junior year or our senior year or our freshman year of college. And unfortunately, the piece that took place is many students miss that chance to have closure. So I think that reemphasis of being together, building relationships in the social distancing as much as possible environment, but really looking to engage students, and that engagement process, as well as to evaluate which standards are missed, what essential standards were missed as students travel through their years of school, deciding assessments that need to be looked at, so that teachers can gauge and review curriculum maps that will best assess and prepare students to be successful. And if that means we need to go backwards to learn how to walk before we can sprint in a pre-calc class, then those are the elements that we do. And so there's a big focus on those pieces as we start to navigate what instruction looks like, no matter what form we're in, but that emphasis there. Of course, the integration of Canvas always, and reverting back to that will become something that will be much easier to integrate the technology into Canvas daily when we are in a system of one-to-one computers for students. But even without, there's still plenty of ways to do that. But a focus on the integration of technology, the focus on professional development in using technology, and of course making sure that our students have all the access and are able to troubleshoot problems that might arise.
Mr. Tannenbaum, I know it was really important that, especially in our upper math classes, that we are going to have that time for review and to find those missing pieces, because I know that that's a big concern for a lot of just even students, even our top students kind of checked out probably some of the most. So I'm glad you're looking at that review time starting off. And also, I'm all about social emotional learning and having the connection with the teacher. That is huge, and I know a lot of students are missing that just as much as teachers missing them, so I appreciate that concern too.
So the virtual instruction, sorry, I just lost my train of thought. So Canvas is kind of our base of operations when we're in the classroom, and it's used to support what's happening in the classroom, whereas with the virtual instruction, this is if students opt to stay home and learn from home, or if there's another school closure. So in this case, Canvas is the classroom, and so we do want to make sure that kids are familiar with it. Like he said, we'd be working with it in class, but the things we wanted to think about with the virtual instruction were the assignments and how they're being graded, and making sure that kids are actually learning and showing mastery through their assignments. This isn't just a quick worksheet, busy work kind of thing. We want to make sure, again, that the integrity of the education is still solid, and so that's something we focused on. In addition, we talked about how to keep attendance. We'd have to get kind of creative with how we do that, and so we've talked about different ways to do that to make sure that kids are actually actively engaged every week and getting things done. And then you talk about the social emotional. We would have set days for teachers to actually be face-to-face virtually with students. They would still meet with first hour, second hour, third hour at a given time. So everyone goes to first hour at the same time. Everyone's at second hour at the same time to make sure that they were getting that instruction face-to-face. And then, of course, for students who couldn't be there, we would train teachers how to use Teams, how to record, so that kids could always go on later to see what they missed. And then just like with the elementary classrooms, like they were talking about, Wednesday would be kind of an office hours day, so that, again, they would have that one-on-one instruction that they needed.
Can I just ask a quick question there? I think you addressed some of it, especially with our high school students, and I've talked to Dr. Foley about this and Dr. Thomason about this. For our high school students, I would love to see that live online. That Dr. Thomason mentioned it earlier, that when we integrate our students if they want to start out online and then they want to integrate back into the school, how do they do that? What kind of schedule do they have? That if we have their schedule, and their schedule is what it is, and they have to log on for each hour of class, and that class is live streamed, that they have to log on, be present, they can interact with those peers, they can interact with the class, and then Mr. Tannenbaum, Mr. Fields, our counselors aren't trying to figure out how to fit these kids in classes when they want to come back. And if we have a place marker there for them, I mean, what does that look like? You're getting a different instruction if you're online and you're not doing this live online. Well, the teacher's pace may be different and everything else. And then all of a sudden at fall break, we're trying to integrate these students into classes. And how does that work with any electives? Did they get electives? Did they not get electives? And so, especially for our high school kiddos, I would love to see that with our elementary kiddos that do some online option. The expectation of second, third, fourth, fifth graders sitting in front of a computer all day to learn is a little bit harder, but with our high schoolers, if they have that live online learning, that they are part of that class, they know their peers, they get to interact with their peers, and then they make that transition back to school whenever they feel comfortable and safe. They're coming into the same classroom they were participating in. They are part of that classroom. They know that teacher. They weren't taught differently. They're at that same spot. So I know you said that there would be some live, maybe a day that they would have to log in first, second, and third, but I would really like to see that online option to be a live online option so they can truly be part of that class. When our kids take college online classes, there's an aptitude test that they have to take prior to getting enrolled into an online program to make sure they are good online learners, because for some they are and some they're not. And it's really difficult when you don't have that instruction. They're given instructions, but they're not taught. There is no teaching. So I would really like to try and see at all for those online options to do that. And I know you said we would have some of that face-to-face, but if I'm learning from a different teacher and then I make that transition into class, it could be we're in a different place, and that could be very difficult. And especially, I know I've had conversations previously with Mr. Tannenbaum, when you have those higher level students and those classes are limited and they're full, how do we transition those kids back in there when they're ready to come back to school? Because we're hoping, I believe, I know I am, that by the end of next school year, prior to then, we have all of our kids in our schools learning and the way they need to be learning, and that they are making progress and that they are getting educated, not just doing work. So I know that I would love to see that. Whether the reality of that is, I don't know. But we have to think about, as Dr. Thomason said, we want to be prepared for these kids to transition back in at any time, as well as if any particular kids transition out at any time, and we don't want them to miss a beat there.
Mm-hmm. And one of the things that'll be very important to help us do a good job of preparing is for families to let us know what they're wanting, because as soon as we know the number of students and what grade level those students are, what courses they're needing, it allows us to begin to figure out what this looks like and how we will structure that, and best fit with need of the student, that individual student, and where they are in their progression. So this is going to be important for us to know and know early so that we can adjust. And one of the things too, Mr. Tanneman and Mrs. Bird have talked about is this idea of those essential standards. We're chunking that at the quarter so that we can do a good job of monitoring where kids are, with the understanding that we're also going to have to continue to be very formative in figuring out where kids are and providing that instruction for mastery. So again, a lot of rethinking how we do teaching and learning in a new time, but really focusing on quality in either choice.
And like Dr. Foley said earlier, I think that I've taught online for a long time, and it can be done, and I know people aren't necessarily used to it, but it can be done. You can get a solid education online. You definitely need that interaction, but it's not just log in, write a paper, I'll talk to you in a week after I read it kind of thing. This is going to be an interactive learning experience. It's also going to need, teachers are going to need to be more, I'm trying to think of the word, more, not lockstep, but aligned, I guess, with their pacing. So often teachers teach to the middle, which means the kids who move more quickly get bored, and the kids who need more help just don't get the help. And so it's a learning process for teachers to understand that you make sure everybody gets it before you move on, and then the kids who got it, those are the kids you get to extend the learning for, and you get to challenge them with other activities. So there's some PD that I think needs to go with this, and we've got great coaches on our campuses at our district that will help with that. We've got great instructional leaders that can work with that too. So I don't think this has to be like, we're just putting a Band-Aid on the problem and we'll do the best we can. I really think we have a great opportunity to transform the way that we look at education and really make it more student-centered. So I'm excited about this. I think this could be really cool for education. Hybrid is putting our two together, just like the elementary schools talked about. We would want to make sure that we align scheduling with them. It would be that same type of 2 days on campus, 3 days off campus, but still learning 5 days a week. And in this case, we would want to, again, increase that focus on building those relationships while we have the kids right in front of us, whether it's virtual or in the classroom. And really, this could be more of the flipped classroom model where the kids are doing things at home that they can do at home, and when they're in the classroom, they're doing things that they cannot necessarily do at home or they can't do as well. The peer interaction, the peer editing, the presentations, the Socratic seminars, discussions, those kind of things, teachers would need to focus their time and make that time in class really purposeful. And then the kids could be at home getting ready for that while they're online. Yeah, I think that's it. I mean, really, the Canvas is key, really, having that consistency across the board. And if on Friday I say I'll see you Monday, and then, oops, I'm not going to see you Monday because the governor just closed the schools down again, it doesn't matter. You're still showing up on Monday. You know how to do that. We're continuing, and we're not going to stop just because now you're sitting at your dining room table instead of in my classroom. So
again, I guess the question is, we were talking earlier about the specials, electives, choir, band. Again, in the secondary level, it's even more so prevalent on our campuses. So how is that looking coming back?
The specifics of the electives in those courses, our educators, as mentioned before, are outstanding. I know from the side of band, and as they've been practicing, just much like the athletics, they have gotten guidance from the national organizations regarding specific cleaning and the protocol regarding instruments and how do we clean and how do we safely clean, and they've gone through some of those pieces within a specific band program. Your class sizes are going to be large. We're going to do the best to distance as much as we can, but that's what we'll do. We'll increase, cleaning, we'll increase awareness, we'll increase the conversation with students, provide flexibility for students who do choose to want to be in person, but also want to have options and choices regarding maybe where they're sitting at lunch and having different options there. And we're looking to open, specific areas on campus that maybe hadn't been utilized in the past for kids, but those students should have the option to be on campus and yet have some flexibility about their comfortability level. And that will go with all electives as well.
And how about passing period? I know that that's a concern for many parents and students even, that the halls are already very crowded. There's no way there's going to be social distancing. So again, I guess I just want to, the community needs to hear from us on how are we going to do staggering of classes and letting them, release different time. I mean, I can't even imagine that kind of bell schedule, but.
Will they be one-way hallways? I've heard of that going on, like where they do like a one-way hallway? I don't know.
Every school is set up differently, so it would depend on the logistics of the school. It's tough. It's tough. If you've got all the kids on campus, they're going to be next to each other, which is why we make sure that we're educating parents and students on washing your hands often, on not using other people's supplies, on wearing your mask, those kinds of things, and just really, talking about the 6 feet apart and just constant reminder of this is the new normal and this is just what we do now kind of thing. And so it's just that constant reminders and education. And I mean, there's only so much you can do. You can't force teenagers not to, do what they do. But, we can be good role models and just have those discussions with them and just do the best we can with it.
The altered bells make it very difficult in the high school setting with students they're a freshman and they're traveling to a generally maybe senior level class or an advanced course. So many shared courses depending upon, the cores, sure, they're the same, but not the electives. And, we're so proud in our district at both the middle school and the high schools to offer so many options for students. So creating a bell schedule that sends a freshman group out, and we talked it through, we really did. Then we looked at, well, there would be students standing outside of the door grouped together waiting to get in while the other bell shifted to let the next grade level group out, because it's such a mini city in that sense that they're all moving into some of the same classrooms in the blend of grade levels. So it's that consistent signage, universal signage, universal awareness, and having adults step out in the hall even more than they have in the past to try to move students along, and the education piece for students of where we are, and we're happy to be there on campus, but there's pieces of being here as being respectful for each other's space and allowing space when needed, and of course continuing that opportunity to move and get to your next opportunity to learn in the next classroom to be in.
Lunchrooms will be probably pretty similar too. Will it look pretty similar to what it did last year? Will it look, I guess your tables aren't, your tables are different than your tables.
Yeah, and you only have so much space.
I know there's a squished space and there's only so much space, so there's no way to really separate that out anymore, correct?
Depending on the site, we had some principals talk about, well, maybe we could, reschedule gym classes so that gym classes aren't taking place during lunch so kids could go in there. And it depends on the site and on their scheduling and the logistics. People are going to have to get creative.
So we have provided an overview, a kind of what the educational opportunities are going to look like in the in-person and the online. The one thing we want to be very clear with the community, and as you've heard, is that what we can do and what we can't do. What we can do is you've heard about our health protocols, our safety and cleaning protocols. You've heard about our awareness. You've heard about the processes we're going to return to a new normal. Things are going to look different. But there are things we cannot do. While we can post signage, while we can have monitoring of behaviors, while we can make people aware, we cannot ensure that physical distancing is possible at all times when students return to school. Even if we were in a hybrid situation, in some cases, it would still be impossible to ensure. So I think we have to be honest about what we can do and what we can't do when we take a look at the guidance. Again, so we want people to know that when they're making their decision on what are the options for me and my family. And can I change my mind? Yes. So again, I want to thank our administrators for working through it's a lot of work just to get school started in normal. This is a new normal with many possibilities, and our administrative team has been amazing. And so we are going to transition to talk about a few more things. We're going to talk about since we were talking about lunches, what does food service look like? what does human resources because we've talked facilities, health and wellness and students. We're going to talk about staff as well. So we have a few more areas that we're going to talk about tonight. We appreciate the long presentation here, but
Break.
President Kaler, can we take a 3-minute break?
Sure.
Okay.
Good,
can we
take a little break.
We'll take
Yeah.
a transition break. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Lotzenheiser, not all our meetings are usually this short. They're usually a lot longer. So I know this is your first one. Yeah.
So, are we ready to start? Okay, so as we transition into talking about food service, the one other piece I wanted to I would be remiss if I did not say, is that our teachers and our instructional coaches are working really hard to embrace new and have been planning and preparing and will continue to do so when they return. And so I think one of the things I'm really proud of too is the work that our teachers have done and will continue to do. So that's something that we're really proud of and want to make sure we acknowledge. There's been a lot of work done by our teachers, and they'll continue to be so. So we also want to talk about what does lunch look like? Because that again was a frequently asked question. What is the food service component to this? And food services has been working and will be working with each site. But Sam is here to talk with us a little bit more about the food service components.
President Kaler, members of the board, this is the
ID card for any food purchases and so forth, which helps eliminate the cross-contact of our keypads that we currently have in force. Along with other departments, we will coordinate and continue to promote physical distancing by having signage. Most commonly, you've seen it at stores, vinyl floor signs, signs on the walls and so forth. So nothing different than what we've already seen out in the public. What we do plan on doing is eliminating all self-serve unwrapped items. So we will modify the menu from entirely what we saw last year just to help with the safety and sanitation. At the elementary schools, we will eliminate all self-serve items, period, for the time being to help with the safety and the sanitation. And of course, as we know, the middle schools, the high schools, they're a little more informed. They know a little bit more what to do, what not to do. But for them, at least, we will create additional service points to help disperse them amongst different areas of the lunchroom, or it could be the multi-purpose room. And it really depends on each site. So I've already set up meetings with every site administrator or left them emails to get back with me in the first week of July so that we can curtail our operations for each individual school. Because what works for Coronado will not work for Santan, and that definitely will not work for Bridges. So I have many options that I just need to work with each administrator and make sure it's going to be a good fit for them. We can do anything from basic service in the cafeteria on a condensed menu to we can add an additional service point. It's whatever's going to work for each site administrator.
It's nice to hear about your flexibility. So appreciate that. I know you got to just kind of go with the flow.
That's what it is in
Yes.
food service for sure.
Well, thank you again for coordinating all of our meals that you've provided for our families. I know the moms are probably going to miss it because now they got to think about lunch too. So, but thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I'd like to say we saved the best for last, but given my colleagues and how they demonstrated their communication as well as their knowledge, I certainly know that's not the case. They've all done a wonderful job tonight. But information, which I know I'm sure a lot of people, both streaming this as well as Mr. Rutovich and all of you, in terms of questions for our employees. I want to reiterate some of the caveats that we mentioned earlier today that Mr. Lotzenheimer as well as Ms. Richards mentioned, as well as Dr. Foley, actually. We did this survey back in early June, so things have changed, and as we've talked about the theme of the night, things will continuously change. So we want to acknowledge that, but I'm going to share the themes that we saw from our employees in regards to their response of the employee survey that we sent out, in which we did get really good feedback on in the larger picture. As Mr. Lotzenheimer mentioned, about a 62% return rate, or in the 60s in the bigger. So I'm going to talk about the themes, and as I talk about the themes, I'm also going to talk about some other things in relation to that. One being that when our certified employees went out, a lot of them, as well as our 10-month employees, may not know about the FFCRA, the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, and the different components that federally the government supported in relation to that. So I'll talk a little bit more about that. But in terms of these larger themes, one of the big ones were, what is the work expectations for teachers? And in that survey, we asked about remote learning, online learning, and in-person learning. And what we heard back was, we're willing to do in-person, we're willing to do remote, but we do not see how this hybrid is going to work. And if there is the ability to do a hybrid, I'm going to be doing double the work, because if I'm going to be teaching AM, PM, different courses, or I'm expected to teach all day and then go into a remote context, are you going to pay me double because I'm going to be doing double the work? So that was one of the questions that came up, and we clearly thought as a group and in the bigger picture, and this ties in with a lot of other things that we heard today in terms of funding and finances. There's not going to be double the work because we aren't able to do double the pay in the bigger picture. We heard a lot about PPE and hygiene. What's going to happen? Employees come to, we kind of, in a lot of ways, give ourselves kudos. I'm going to truck through this. I have a little bit of a cold or a runny nose, but I'm coming to work and I'm going to truck through this. So really making sure, as we talked about earlier, educating everybody, educating our families, educating our employees. If you are sick, stay home. We're not going to shame you. We want you to stay home because that is the best practice in our new normal. As well as the fact, though, because we want to make sure that we're being safe and making this environment as safe as we can, reasonably do so, we're going to offer you PPE, and we're going to offer and talk about hygiene and have signs. As Dr. Thomason mentioned earlier, we've spent over $100,000 at this point in regards to face masks, shields, sanitation wipes for the classrooms, hand sanitizer. So we're going to be able to offer those where, admittedly so, teachers, even myself, we bought those stuff on our own and we had those in our classrooms. But we're going to make sure that anything an employee, whether certified or classified, want to feel as though they can reasonably do their work here in person, we're going to offer and give them. Physical distancing, you heard the theme in regards to that, and that we're going to do our best. In most cases, it's just not going to be possible. We're welcoming back, hopefully, knock on wood, 13,500 students amongst 13 sites, 15 schools when you include our preschools. It's just not possible in the bigger picture. So we don't want to be unrealistic, and we certainly don't want to share that that's something that we can do. And that was a concern for our employees. And out of the 899 responses, I would say a majority of them do want to return, as we said earlier. But as you mentioned, Mr. Witovich, at the time we were just gauging a pulse, so we didn't know all the details. We just wanted to hear, do you want to come back? And if you do want to come back, what are your concerns? It was open-ended, and we did. We got a lot of comments. I would say more than not, we got comments and feedback back from our employees in regards to, this is how I think you can make it safe for me, I'm very comfortable, I have no concerns, I want to be back, to I want to be back because I know remote learning doesn't work, but I'm not quite sure that I'm comfortable in the larger picture. So what are we going to do? And that's where the HR subgroup said, we have to shift from comfortable to reasonable because of the fact that, as I said earlier, my comfortable is not going to be your comfortable. So what can we reasonably do as an employer, as an organization, to make you want to come back and feel as though you can be safe in these circumstances in the larger picture? One of the things that you're not going to see tonight, but it's going to be behind the scenes and that we're going to work with our administrators on we have it drafted, but we'll be providing it for our administrators as one of those training components as a decision tree grid. So as we go on to the next slide.
I missed something I didn't hear in reference to the additional help for cleaning the school. Was that covered?
Yes, so I did not speak to it yet, but I was going to speak to it. But this is a reiteration of some of the things that we talked about earlier today. We hired 13 new positions in our custodial area, one for each site. And their goal and the intention for that position is that they help maintain cleanliness at those sites and help assist in any which way the administrator feels that it's possible, whether it's helping in between classes, depending on the school site, and the need to helping just in general in the morning or afternoon or during the day. They know their sites best, so they're going to try to manage based on their current staffing in custodial and this. We've also talked about, and I know that this is something we have to further flush out, but in regards to our various paraprofessionals, we have paraprofessionals that are title paraprofessionals, we have those at the preschools that are just part of the preschool component, and then we have our SPED, where they're going to be helping maintain and clean and do our best in between there too. So
if we're going to be hiring one person, cleanliness and sanitation is very important. We have some of our, one person, an extra person at the school is not enough. We are receiving additional funds, so why aren't we hiring more maintenance people to come in at each school? Because point blank, one person is not going to help at one school, okay? So why aren't we bringing more maintenance people on with some of the additional funding that we have?
Mr. Otovich, so that's something we're still looking at. I mean, there's, you're right, we're getting extra funds, but those funds are going very quickly. We also know that we're going to have extra teaching staff, extra staff for IT, and extra staff in different areas. If one person is not enough for cleaning and make sure, then we will bring on extra staff or extra help. And then we'll also give opportunities to some of our other areas if they want to pick up extra hours before school or after school to do more deep cleaning. Because I hear you, Mr. Witovich. We just have to make sure that we get things going and definitely monitor that. If it's not enough, we will definitely have to hire more individuals or give extra stipends for those that want to work extra hours.
So when our schools open up, is there like going to be a super cleaning crew that comes into each one of our schools? How are we doing? I mean,
They do have individualized checklists that they have to accomplish every day. Some of the things that they've done on a regular basis may not get done as often because we have to do more of the deep cleaning, more of the COVID type cleaning. And so that's always been an issue of not getting everything done, but we're going to have to prioritize the health and safety of the students. And if we need to add more help in that area, that is something that we're willing and able to do.
I hope that's very important, because the more, the lunchroom, the bathrooms need to be not cleaned, once a day or early morning. We're talking a lot more intensive work that needs to take place. So I hope we take a real serious look before school even starts, that additional maintenance. I don't want to see us like 2 weeks in and go, oh my gosh, we need more maintenance people. No, we need to have that conversation now to see what the duties are and what the expectations are of the maintenance person now, and see that we have adequate staffing.
We do. We've had extra checklists maintained and put together to make sure that we're covering those. But we'll have to see when we have 1,000 kids in a campus to see if we need to add more before school, after school, and maybe give some of our part-time employees extra hours. We've talked about that. We've talked about lots of different opportunities and options for cleaning our schools.
And Mr. Witovich, thanks for that. I wish I would have thought about it when our secondary people were here. Those classrooms change every hour. We have kids come from one seat into another. What is that process looking like? I mean, like Mr. Witovich was saying, you have people cleaning. I mean, is that the expectation of our teachers to go through and wipe down the desks? Is it the expectation of the students to grab a cleaning wipe on their way by as they come in and wipe down their desk?
Those are good questions, Vice President Reese. And I can't remember if Dr. Fowler mentioned this earlier, because as I'm sure you probably know, we've read and done and talked so many things, you can't always remember where it was talked about. But we have talked about, as Dr. Thomason mentioned, in regards to the checklist, Dr. Fowler and members of his team on the maintenance area are doing training. We're gathering other individuals and talking through that process and what that looks like. We've talked about options of having students potentially clean their spaces or coming in, put hand sanitizer on, continuously do that, and to take a few minutes to do that in between in terms of the wiping. And those have been questions that have come up in the process. One of the things, and I certainly not sure that Mr. Holland liked me for it, but what I tasked him with the other day was that we need you to look at our budget, and we need to you need to look at our resources and tell us how much money do we have, where could we possibly have contingencies that we have not looked into before, and we need a total, not only in terms of the CARES Act, but beyond that, in terms of what money do we have available, and then as a cabinet team and working with our other administrators, we have to prioritize the request. Because one of the things you'll hear me talk about here shortly, too, is the fact our substitutes. You guys approved, I believe, at the last board meeting, if not the board meeting beforehand, our new vendor, which is ESI. And we've been having lots of conversations with them in regards to making sure that we have enough of a sub pool, but there's still a lot of concern in relation to that, and the fact that if we don't have a sub, are we going to split our classes? We can't split our classes, because then that's more individuals and more students in a room. And so discussion about, could we look at having district subs, so each site possibly having a sub for the whole year that could help cover when needed. There's been discussion within these committees that also talked about for our paraeducators who have their bachelor's degree and who are interested in getting their sub-cert, would the district maybe look to pay $65 for them to get their sub-cert? So if worse comes to worse and we need a para to help cover our class for the day because we aren't able to or somebody's going out. So we've talked about a lot of those things, and you can only imagine what Mr. Holland's face looked like as we talked about money, money, money. And that's when I said, and with Dr. Thomason's support and the rest of cabinet, We need to know what we have available, and then we have to prioritize, just like with anything else within your own household. What do we have available? What are our priorities, and what can we afford to do? So we're continuing our conversations in those areas, but those are critical.
You know, that takes me back to the maintenance again at secondary. Are we going to have enough maintenance staff that every hour between classes, after that, the bathrooms are going to be cleaned every hour? Is somebody going to wipe the doors down every hour? See, that's where we need to have this conversation before school starts, that these things are going to take place, not after, okay?
And these are in the committees, Mr. Witovich, but it goes back to ultimately what is reasonable and what can we do, in the bigger picture, and making sure that, like I said, we are having these, and then we ultimately have to decide based on dollars, based on our resources, what route that we take in the bigger picture. And this won't be the last time you hear from all of us in relation to this. So, overview and overlook in terms of the bigger picture. So earlier, Mr. Witovich, you asked about at-risk and underlying conditions and what are my options, and that was definitely something that we saw that was a theme within the survey that came through. As I mentioned earlier, we have the Families First Coronavirus Response Act that the federal government enacted. It was effective as of April 1st and currently goes until December 31st. We don't know what the government will do at this point and whether or not they'll look to extend that. But that FFCRA, amongst many other alphabet soups, allows our employees some different components in terms of their circumstances. So, for example, if there's somebody who has COVID and has been directed to self-isolate, part of that allows them to get 80 hours of paid time off. So that's huge because, we heard a lot of numbers initially at 14 days. They reverted back to 10 days with 3 days of no symptoms. So you could total it up and say that could be up to potentially 13 to 14 days. So that's a big part. We've had probably about a dozen employees, more of our 12-month employees, who've had to utilize that. But we anticipate that we would probably see that on a rise as our certified come back and our other 10-month employees come back and will resume. In addition to that component of the paid leave entitlements, the first time ever, the federal government also incorporated part of an emergency leave status in which individuals can have expanded FMLA and get paid based on the status or the notion of why they're out. There's 6 different reasons, and based on those reasons and where the individual qualifies, they actually can stay in a paid status. And you may or may not have been aware, previously, Family Medical Leave Act, FMLA, was never paid. So this is the first time our government has allowed that and has required employers to do that. So that's another option. Beyond the emergency paid, if it falls within these categories, there's still the traditional FMLA. So depending on the circumstances, we have individuals and employees that can utilize that as a resource. And then we also have the American with Disabilities Act, where a lot of those underlying conditions are considered disabilities as defined by the federal government. And so we'll work with employees in regards to, can we offer you a reasonable accommodation that won't cause an undue hardship to the district? And so we have to look at what could an accommodation be for individuals. One of the biggest things we've talked about for those individuals who are at risk or underlying condition directly is that depending on the survey that we send out for the next steps for our families and how much remote work has to be done or remote online learning, those individuals would be our first point of contact to do that. And so why they're not having that exposure in the bigger picture. There's other questions in regards to, well, what if I care for somebody who's considered at risk? I myself am not at risk. And there's different options that can go in that route too. Again, some of the things I've already talked about in relation to the FMLA, ADA, but there's also the component, and we saw this across our nation, was that there might be some personal choices they have to make in terms of how they rearrange their household to accommodate that need moving forward. So we'll sit down and talk with them. Just like we would with any other process with our employees, we would sit down and make sure that we talked with them and understand their needs. formally it's called starting the interactive process, and then seeing based on that, what can we do? And the reality is it's going to be a case-by-case basis. There isn't necessarily going to be one overarching solution for everybody. We talked about consistency, we talked about equity, we'll take all those factors into consideration, but every situation is going to be different, and we'll have to work with applying those things in terms of our decisions, but ultimately knowing that no two situations are the same in the larger picture.
One scenario I don't think has been addressed yet, and hope never happens. What happens if a student in a teacher's classroom comes up positive? So this teacher has direct contact, self-quarantine. So my question to you is, when that teacher has to self-quarantine because she's directly exposed with that student she works every day, or he or she works every day, do they have to use their personal leave or vacation time for the 14 days of self-quarantine? So how have we had a conversation about that?
Certainly. And part of the FFCRA does talk about if you've been exposed or if you've been advised by a healthcare provider for that, depending on exposure and needing to self-quarantine. So that's always going to be our first route and avenue. In terms of the larger picture, if individuals have already exhausted that FFCRA, emergency paid leave, we will have to have a larger discussion in regards to, will there be a use of general time, vacation time, et cetera. I know some of the employees mentioned on the survey that they had heard from other districts that, they're going to try their best to work with them, and we're going to do the same thing. We're going to try our best to work with them. But we also know one of the solutions that was recommended from an advisory team member was that could there be a possibility of looking at unlimited PTO for the year with this unique circumstance? And the reality is that's not feasible. Earlier Dr. Foley talked about a procedure that we use quite a bit when we're doing interest-based bargaining in terms of when we're looking at solutions. Is it feasible? Is it attainable? And is it best? And when it doesn't meet those standards, a lot of times those solutions can get, I hate to use the word shut down, but I can't think of another word right now, in that larger process, but we always have to have a measurement for that. So we certainly don't want them to exhaust all their time, but we also have to see within regards of our policies, our procedures, what we have available. But we're definitely going to work with them the best way we can. Certainly. As I said, I don't know what all of those options are going to look like yet, but it's bound to happen. As we said earlier, it's not about if, it's about when. So, yeah. So in terms of one of the questions that came up too, that was a theme, is
Mrs.
that...
Martins.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Would workman's comp ever come in here or not? That's what... Does it talk about that? I'm sorry.
Actually, that was my next point.
Okay,
So
I was
you
I wonder if
transitioned
that
me
would
well.
come in here, because just after Mr. Witovich's question, if a person is hurt on the job, that's when workman's comp would come in. I would assume the same is true with an illness like this. So go ahead. Thank you.
Oh, no, not a problem. But that is actually my next point in regards to what if I get COVID at work? Will the district pay for my medical expenses? As of right now, the guidance that we've received and that we've had discussions with through the trust, through different law firms that work with the trust, Udall Shumway, Gus and Rosenfeld, many others across the state, is that, our employees, whether they have medical insurance through us or they have medical insurance through a partner or some other resource, that will be a point of contact. If they believe they received this from work, we go through the same process of any other workers' comp claim. So they would call our vendor, and the vendor would have to then decide whether or not it's workers' compensable or not based on the criteria of the state. I will say in most cases, the conversation around that is that would be difficult to prove where you were exposed and how you were exposed. But as of right now, what we're saying is that we're going to leave that up to the Arizona State component and let them decide whether or not they're going to make it compensable or not workers' compensable. But it's a good question, Ms. Wilson. And then the last point was, Yeah, what will happen if a confirmed COVID case happens, whether it's an employee or a student? And that goes to the dynamics of the flow chart that we talked about earlier. So, we'll take a look, we'll see where it flows, we'll talk about communication and who all we have to discuss from there. Dr. Foley and Dr. Thomason will talk about this as we conclude this part of this evening, but we are talking about training not only for our individuals that are on the front line, but as I said, for our administrators, and taking time at our administrator retreat to discuss tabletop scenarios, how those play out, our recommendation in regards to here some guidance and language and what to share back and how you process it. So then that way we're all trying to address it in the best way we can, again, going back to that consistency, as well as making sure that they feel confident in this process. As you said earlier, Mr. Witovich, we have to have gatekeepers, and we'll have gatekeepers, but our frontline administrators and principals at those sites are part of that role, and making sure they feel confident in responding to all of these things. So that's my portion.
Mrs. Martins, did you mention earlier, you were talking kind of quickly and maybe I heard it wrong, but have we already had employees test positive and
No.
take care of? Okay, I thought you said, was I the only one that heard that they had used the FFR?
Oh, well, not
they
for
had
themselves directly. To my knowledge, there's no confirmed COVID cases at Higley Unified School District of the employee themselves. But going back to that secondhand exposure or that secondhand contact, we've had some cases where individuals have had secondhand contact. And early on in April and late March, the information was much different in terms of how to proceed with that. But to my knowledge, as of this point, no knowledge of any
Okay,
confirmed
thank you.
cases.
I misunderstood that. I wanted to clarify. Thank you so much.
No, and I did go through that fairly quick. Just, I know it's been a long night for everybody, so I
Yes.
appreciate it.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
So next steps. So basically, like I shared with you, the roadmap was released on June 1st. Here we are, June 24th. You can see a lot of work has happened, and we've illuminated there's a lot more work that needs to be done. And this is something that this is going to be a lift for us this year. This is going to be a heavy emphasis. This is going to be a big priority. Where we are right now is at the end of this week, there's 2 communications going out. There will be a family letter with links in that letter that has the examples of the health. You'll have an overview of the instructional model. You'll have information about frequently asked questions that came up in the survey. The drafts that you saw in the superintendent's report have been revised multiple times since then based on feedback. So you will see this as an update as well. We're going to be dating that because as things change, we'll continue to update that information. So that will go out to the communities as well as the survey for them to tell us what option with more information, with this framework that we put together this far. What option at this moment do you want for your student? At the same time, a survey is going to go to our staff and our employees that says, here is what we're sending to families. Here are the FAQs for families and for you. Here are the health protocols and safety. Here are the answers to the what does this look like in these 2 models. Now tell us, are you at this point with what's changed since we sent that out on Thursday or the 3rd of June till now, 21 days later, it'll be probably 25 days by the time this goes. Where are you? And if you have a reason that you need to let us know, that will allow us to begin to match model need, staff need, alignment. That's going to be big. And again, so the communication is going to go out. The website is going to go live. Communication will then lead to additional questions and processes that we'll work through. We'll receive the survey data. We're going to start finalizing plans, and then we're going to start monitoring and adjusting. As you can see, there are pieces to this that still need work. And again, we are not done. We're giving you and the community an update of where we've been over the last 24 days. And so with that, we would like to conclude with, first of all, thanking you for taking this much time to let us update you. And there have been good questions along the way. Any overall questions?
I would just like to say you've done a wonderful presentation, and thank you for I'm very proud of what you have accomplished here. As I say, I'm very proud of what you've accomplished. I think that you mentioned communication. I know there's a lot of people in our community that are sending their children other places, and once they see what we're doing here, we are a great option for them. So I want you to give some thought as far as when you're sending out communication, that you just don't send it to our Higley family, that there's a whole nother group out there that would welcome to see what we are doing here and bring their children on board. So think about the communication just within the Higley community too as a whole.
There was also already posts because there is that, other school districts are changing their calendar, and some families do have vacation plans for fall still, and I don't know where they can go yet, but there could be still things happening and people are counting on that calendar. And so I understand the thinking of postponing school, see things have settled down, and then I also see the same thing of, well, we start school and we still have those 2 weeks to kind of play with, and that gives our kids a chance to be home and in a quarantine situation again for 2 weeks, which could keep us healthier. I see both sides. So anyhow.
And President Kaler, members of the board, I would just like to end us the same place we started. This group of individuals have worked so incredibly hard over the last 3 weeks. This has all been put together in 3 weeks with start to finish information. And we know some things are going to change. And so I just want us, as we move forward, to be cognizant that we will move as the changes move. And Higley Unified School District is in great hands. And as we move forward, we will take care of whatever we need to do to make what's best for our children and our community happen.
Those are pretty much like my comment. Things are sometimes changing hourly. We can be told something at 9:00 a.m. that's in place by 5. I mean, things are changing hourly. And I have to say I'm very proud of education, because typically education changes at a snail's pace, and this has not allowed us to do that, and you guys have done an amazing job. But like you said, our community needs to remember things change all the time, and I appreciate all the work that everyone's doing and that we're checking multiple places. Even the CDC has contradictory information on their website. So we can only try and be as good as the information we have available to us, and Mr. Glover's trust and verify, and so even our resources have contradictory information, and so we will try and make the best decisions for our kids in the best interest of them. And we have to ask our community and our parents. It's absolutely imperative that they work with us and understand we need kids kept home if they're sick. Please don't dose them with Motrin or Tylenol because they have a fever and send them to school because you need to go to work. I get it. I understand you need to go to work. Figure out another alternative. Call somebody. Have a plan in place ahead of time, because it's not a matter of if, it is a matter of when, and we're going to have to deal with that. But to help mitigate it as much as possible, we need parents to help us. And with what Mr. Witovich said, kids are low risk. There's no doubt they are the low risk category, but they are huge carriers. And masks, face shields, some type of face covering is important in these type of environments, because while our kids may be low risk, our teachers may not. Our medically fragile kids may not. You may have a kid in a class that has underlying medical conditions that as a child will not be low risk. So we need to, like Mrs. Martin said, give a little grace, be kind. We need to not think of just ourselves. The mask isn't protecting ourselves, it's protecting others. And so we do need to keep that in mind. So I want to thank everyone for doing that. And please just let's remember, we need education. Our kids need to be back in school. We need to be educating them properly. I appreciate everything our staff did. At the end of the school year last year, we did what we could with what we had in the time we had. We know it was not the best option, so help us give the best education to our kids in this time and be responsible, educate your kids, and just be kind of others, and we don't know anyone else's situation.
Madam President, now I'm going to wrap up. Would the board object to asking Dr. Foley to pass along our gratitude and thanks to everybody who was part of the committee and who stayed really, really late? I didn't want to make this thing drag on for 10 minutes by thanking everybody. Would you guys, okay.
I
Could
will
you do
make
that
sure
on our-
that is sent
please?
tonight. The email will be
Well,
sent. And
you
we
could
will,
do it in the morning or whenever you wake up.
Yes.
Tomorrow. It's fine. Thank you.
I've heard about your like 12:30 a.m. emails. Don't be doing that anymore. No,
President
thank you so
Kaler.
much.
Oh.
Go ahead.
I was just wondering if we would be getting an update at the next board meeting as well. I would assume that we'll be getting an update at the next board meeting as well.
President Kaler, members of the board, there will be continuous updates as things change and things move forward.
So that's a good piece for our community who may still be watching at 10:30 at night to know that we will be updating as well the next board meeting and probably until July 27th.
July 26th at midnight, we'll be making decisions. I don't know. It could happen. Thank you again all for staying late tonight. We very much appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay. We're going to move on to 9.1. And I move that the board convene in executive session for discussion or consultation for legal advice with the governor's board attorney pursuant to ARS 38-431-, .03A3 and ARS 38-431.03A4.
A second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. I move that we can reconvene in open session.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Good night, or good morning.